Hello and welcome to another MovieBoozer.com virtual pubcast. I'm your host, Ken Ekman, and I'm joined by Hawk Ripjaw.
Hi.
And more are going to be joining us later, but we're having some schedule things we're working on, but we want to get started and get talking about our top 10 lists. Now, before we start the top 10, we do have some honorable mentions to go through. What I personally did, because we're going to limit ourselves to 3 per person, I chose, instead of having, number 11, 12, and 13 for my honorable mentions, what I chose to do was pick 3 movies that I saw last year, regardless of where I would rank them, the movies that I felt were ignored or didn't receive the reception or, for that matter, the publicity that they perhaps deserved.
Okay.
And Hawk, I don't know what you did for yours, but would you like to start us off with your first one?
Yeah, I'll go with Baskin, the Turkish horror film that immediately sets us up for ice cream jokes that you take advantage of every time I say it.
Yes. Well, you cannot possibly say Baskin without thinking a little bit about them Robins.
Well, I'm pretty sure Baskin did get Robins in terms of end of the year buzz. If you catch my drift.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you clearly. Bill Leon has just joined us as well. And Bill Leon, if you missed it, we have actually started recording, and we're talking about our honorable mentions. And
Let me pull up my list here.
We just started, and Hawk is talking about the movie Baskin. So tell us, what do you what about Baskin is it that particularly appealed to you?
Remember when Dario Argento was cool?
Yeah, that's
why. Baskin is Turkish for raid and involves a group of police officers who are summoned to a hotel as backup for something. And when they get there, they find themselves victims of they're caught in the center of a black mass. Yes. What's great about this movie is it is very heavy on the upsetting imagery and kind of the synthy soundtrack and the color. And the opening sequence is a kid who wakes up and he sees a pair of arms in robes reaching around a doorway for him, and he runs to his parents' bedroom and the door will not open. The movie has a lot of alluding to doors, which I don't need to get into too much, but the first half of the movie is a lot of this kind of imagery. There's the guy tips backwards and he suddenly falls into the floor, which is all of a sudden water, and as he's sinking through the water, a pair of giant hands reaches down to grab him. They're like, it's very strange imagery that the movie operates on, especially with lots of tension as well and very little in the way of violence. And then it more than makes up for it in the second half, where it gets just gory as all hell.
It actually, the way you're describing it, I know you said Dario Argento, but, just the mere fact that you mentioned Black Mass made me immediately think of an earlier Italian icon, Mario Bava.
Yeah, it's definitely got shades of Bavo. I lean more towards Argento because of the use of color.
Bava's color films are actually really vivid. So
interesting.
I don't know if you've seen many. I would say Argento is in many ways like a spiritual successor. So here's the thing. Argento is not a bad. I'm not. I don't mean to demean anything here. I'm just pointing out. Bava had a movie literally called Black Sabbath that dealt with, what it sounds like a similar sort of theme, and the concept of like building tension over a long period of time and not really focusing on violence, but he liked him some gore.
Yeah, and this movie definitely gets into that in the second half. And then there were a lot of really good horror movies this year, like really good. The Witch,
which we will get into later.
Yes, we will. We will. The Conjuring 2, which I know you didn't care for, but I thought it was a really, really slickly produced piece of American horror. And The Wailing.
The Wailing was definitely a good movie.
Yes. And yet none of those films got me with its ending like this did.
Okay.
The ending is very, very chilling.
I did not get a chance to check out Baskin, but on that recommendation, I certainly will.
Yeah.
Bill Leon, have you reached a? Have you identified one of your sleepers that you'd like to mention?
This is a film I saw very early in the year called Foreign Land, and it was actually shot, I think, a few years ago, like in 2013 or something. But it's about a boy who was like brought into the United States illegally as a baby, and then gets deported when he's like a teenager, and basically just gets like he grew up in America, doesn't know what the fuck Mexico's like, and just gets dropped there. And he meets some characters along the way and grows up. And it has a very bittersweet ending where it reveals that the guy that the movie's based on actually didn't get out of Mexico. I don't know if he ever got out.
Okay, so when I was looking this up as you were speaking, so you said that this film just came out last year. How did you see it? Was it on streaming or?
It was something my stepbrother was watching on the Kodi app, Fire Stick shit. That's. I don't know if I would have heard of it otherwise.
Yeah, I see here. Interesting. It has a. I will have to look into this. Any other thoughts on the movie?
The lead actor gives a very strong performance. It's probably the second best coming of age movie that I've seen this year. And like I said, it gets kind of depressing because, like, especially now, because with all the talk about borders and deporting people and stuff, like that was a thing back in early 2016. But now it looks like that shit's really going to start happening more and more. So
yeah, it says here that. It's interesting. Apparently, he discovers that he was not an American citizen and is deported to Mexico, even though he's lived in America pretty much his entire life.
Yeah, it's a crazy story, and you definitely they make you relate with the boy's kind of bewilderment to his new surroundings when he does get deported.
Well,
I actually need to rewatch this because I don't think I've seen it since when it first, kind of came out.
Right. Well, that's intriguing. I'll have to look into that. And I'll go ahead and throw one of my first sleepers out there. Mike Birbiglia made a film called Don't Think Twice last year, and it was his follow-up to a movie called Sleepwalk with Me. Much like Sleepwalk with Me, it's a comedy/drama set within the comedy world, literally the world of comedians. In this case, though, whereas Sleepwalk with Me was about a semi-autobiographical story about Birbiglia's own stand-up career, this one is a story about a group of improv comedians who have a troupe that is fairly popular, but is on the verge of collapse when one of their most popular members gets recruited to this movie's non-actionable version of Saturday Night Live called Weekend Live.
I'm a big fan of Mike Birbiglia, so
as a comedian and storyteller, I listen pretty much exclusively to the comedy channels on Sirius when I drive where I need to go. And he's on there quite a bit, and he's always funny and kind of like this. He really is a master of self-deprecation. And Birbiglia, besides being the writer and director of this movie, he stars as well. And the movie also stars Keegan-Michael Key, Gillian Jacobs, Kate Micucci, Chris Gethard. Yep.
Chris Gethard, by the way, whose one-man show is going to be an HBO special.
Yes, and then Tammy Sager, I think it is, but all of whom are comedians who have worked within one form of comedy or another. And the idea is just the concept of the film is watching how the competitiveness of the comedy industry kind of has built into it a little bit of avarice and envy. And if one person rises to the top, and is successful, the others will inevitably try to find their own way of getting getting their piece of that action. And it's a funny movie. It's thought provoking, and it didn't quite make my top 10 list, but I enjoyed it thoroughly. And I have to say, Birbiglia is particularly fascinating as the guy who has been in the troupe the longest, to the point where people keep making old, you're getting old jokes, and he makes his way through the daily grind of realizing that he's never going to make it any bigger than he has, by trying to bring young upstart comedian women into the group, pretty much just to bang them. It's pretty funny, because Birbiglia, I think he's someone who I can't imagine him being that selfish of a human being, but seeing him embody that character in a really big way is pretty hilarious. Anyway, so we just got to all three of us just named our first runners up. So Bill Arsenault, since you've joined us, what is your runner up?
My first runner up?
Yes, your first.
I guess it'd have to be Midnight Special.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I was debating whether or not to put it on my top 10, but it turned out it just barely didn't make it. I couldn't really fit it in.
Yeah.
But I think part of that has to do with there's like this separation from when you make your top 10 and bottom 10 lists and when you see a movie like Midnight Special, which came out in February or March.
Mm-hmm. Have you rewatched it since then at all?
No, I haven't. And so it wasn't quite as fresh in my mind, maybe that's part of the reason it didn't stick with me as much as the others that I did select, but it definitely deserves mention. It was a wonderful little film that dealt with some big ideas, and with what I imagine was probably a relatively small budget. And it was a powerhouse of performances, really, specifically subtle performances, like from Michael Shannon and Joel Edgerton. I love the thrilling science fiction aspect of the film involving the kid, and specifically the scene at the gas station where he brings down a fucking satellite. Well, that's not really it is, but it isn't.
It happened like a half hour into the movie.
I know. I'm just being.
It's not like the ending or anything. Yeah.
It did. The movie didn't make it onto my list because I read into it incorrectly in the first half. They build towards a cataclysmic event and stuff like that, and those ended up being red herrings. And I thought that was legitimately a piece of the plot, and the fact that it didn't go there, kind of didn't. I was like, oh, is that it?
Yeah.
No, I suspected that was going to happen. I suspected that the religious cult had it wrong, that he wasn't going to lead to some sort of grand revelation or something.
I think they made that infinitely clear when Adam Driver and like the feds came in and pointed out that all of the religious chatter that they've been obsessing about were confidential government communications that were intercepted by the kid because he's a walking antenna.
Yeah.
Right. So I kind of figured it was something different, and of course it ended up being something completely different. And what I loved about it was it utilized special effects similar to that in Gareth Edwards' first film, Monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where it used like background, like creatures in the background, not necessarily in the foreground, or if they are in the foreground, there's like fog.
Right.
He seemed to use like the setting very well and the atmosphere very well to kind of cover up for the fact they didn't have all these big special effects to perform the finale with. So they kind of hit it in neat little ways, and it still felt big. It still felt you were part of this moment in human history where whatever happens that happens in the movie happens. And I don't remember if we spoiled it, but it doesn't matter. Go back and watch that episode and listen to it. But
I thoroughly
Good.
loved Midnight Special, and that movie, it's also not going to make my top 10 if I was specifically naming honorable mentions in order, like 11, 12, 13. This would probably be 11 or 12 on my list.
It's pretty close to top 10, yeah.
I'm not doing that, but I just thought I'd throw out there that the only thing that kept it from my top 10 was that as much of amazing buildup as this movie has, I still can't quite wrap my head around the ending. And maybe someday it'll hit me, and because there's clearly some depth to it that is hard to consider.
Well, are you talking about the ending or the climax?
Well, the climax of the film, really.
Okay.
When it's really ultimately revealed what was happening, I get it, but the whole impact of it felt a little slight to me given the buildup.
Yes, that's exactly how I feel.
Now, who knows? Maybe
Which is kind of funny.
Maybe someday
it's kind of
I'll
funny when you think about that. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny when you think about it because it's built up and then it's this big event, but it's like it feels minor.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel like it's a big event. It's not like extraterrestrials or something crazy like that. You know, it's not like a first contact level event, but it is something odd. It's
and
more
Jeff
like
Nichols is a director whose films are all very much in the minor key, and he's really a master of that. I would say for those looking for the ultimate expression of that, I would say that
Take Shelter?
Yes, for some reason I kept trying to say Storm something. It's like, yeah, you're right. Take Shelter is
there's a movie he did, I think, called Shotgun Stories.
Yes,
Yeah.
Shotgun Stories is also amazing.
Sounds similar in some ways, but Storm, because he was like, take shelter from the tornado that's coming. Yeah.
Storm Stories is great. It does the same thing, but I would say Take Shelter is his. I would say his masterpiece overall so far.
I'd agree.
Okay.
All right, so I see that Zach has joined us. Zach, you there?
His microphone's off, so there it is.
Zach, you there? Hey,
He's
see
getting
you.
there.
We don't
We
hear
can't
you.
hear you.
All right. Well, we see you. We can't hear you. So anyway, while Zach is doing that, while Zach is figuring out his audio issues, Hawk, what was your next runner-up?
My next runner-up was Eye in the Sky.
Ah, okay.
Ooh.
Also a very close one for me.
Which was funny because I was like, I got home from Eye in the Sky and I was like, man, that was fucking good. Who directed this? I was like, wow, it's the guy that did Ender's Game and X-Men Origins Wolverine.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
It's astonishing.
That might win the award for best movie of the year by a director who we had absolutely zero expectations from.
I think Gavin Hood is definitely a director. The less you give him to work with, the more he can thrive. Because there were just shots in. It was very clear that he did not know how to handle the budget of X-Men Origins Wolverine. They were just abundantly egregious CGI shots and just way too much going on. It was so dense. But
is that what we call it? Dense?
Well, that's a reference to the...
No, it totally isn't. We all get it. Red letter movie.
Okay. Oh, it's so okay.
Where the production guy on Star Wars Episode 1 was like, it's so dense. Every frame has so much going on.
Oh, okay. All right.
What is it with Ricks?
What is it with Ricks?
All right, now we hear you, Zach, but too much.
Can you?
Yeah, it sounds like shit.
Oh my God.
I'm on my phone. Is that better?
Yes, but please, God, stop scratching your microphone.
I'll put the phone down and that'll be that. That's
That
probably
may
the
be a
best
good
that we have.
Oh my God.
We'll edit that out in post. No, we won't. So
Yeah.
Eye in the Sky. Again, very minimal. It only has 4 settings.
yeah, it cuts between like 4, maybe 5 specific settings in I think brilliant with brilliant drama, and it's a very intense movie. And it ramps that up so well, and the climax is just one of the most suspenseful moments I experienced in any film last year.
Yeah, it escalates tension magnificently, and it also has a fantastic final performance from Alan Rickman.
Absolutely. Not to mention a sign that the actor Barkhad Abdi is still working and getting actually pretty good movie roles.
Yeah, and that's good too. But yeah, I mean, again, so suspenseful. Like I honestly, this might be one of the most exciting movies I've seen all year.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. All right, so Zach, what is your runner-up for number one?
Oh gosh, that's
Did you
kind
not
of
figure
tough.
this out?
Yeah, you didn't think about this?
So first runner-up.
But you don't have to
20th Century Women. What?
You don't have to order them. Just say something.
Doesn't have to be in order.
Just
How
give
many
the goddamn
runner-ups are we
runner-up.
going for? 3?
Yeah, just 3 movies.
Okay, then I'm gonna go with 20th Century Women.
Okay, and tell us about it.
Did you watch Beginners?
No.
Mike Mills' Beginners.
Yeah, with Ewan McGregor.
Yep. And
yeah.
Christopher Plummer, I believe he won the Oscar that year for a supporting role.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
So, Mike Mills has done 2 films. The first one was pretty much autobiographical about his dad, who came out way late in life, like in his 50s or 60s. And that's what Beginners was about. And 20th Century Women is essentially a movie about his mom. So I have no idea what he's going to do with this next movie he makes in like 7 years. But he had a very interesting, maybe movie about himself. I mean, I guess he was Ewan McGregor in the first film, kind of. And he is in this film as well, but as a teenager. So it's set in the 70s. And his mom is Annette Bening. She's an older mom than you'd usually see. So she feels like she has trouble connecting with her son. And so she essentially enlists a boarder in her house, played by Greta Gerwig, and the teenage girl that comes over and sometimes sleeps in the son's bed, but tells him she won't have sex with him, as surrogate mothers.
What?
Yeah, exactly. So that kind of fucks with his head. But it's not as fucked up as it sounds. It's kind of this kind of ode to like just families being what you make of them. There's a male boarder in the house as well, played by
Billy Crudup.
Billy Crudup, nice. Yep. And so it's really kind of a laid back. It's comedy. It's really funny. It might be the funniest movie I've seen this year, but a lot of it's the awkwardness and things. And it's really stylistically interesting. Mike Mills has a talent for really kind of minimalist, stark compositions that he like intercuts with regular film, and he just kind of pops to him like a picture of a shoe on like in a white background. I mean, it all makes sense in context, but like he's continuing kind of flitting back and forth between these interesting evocative images and what's going on and screen, and he all weaves it together. He's got a really interesting, unique style. And if you saw Beginners and like Beginners, you'll like this one. And if you haven't seen Beginners, go watch it and watch this one, and I think you'll like it.
Okay, sounds good. And all right, Bill, Bill Leon, what's your next runner-up?
Magnificent Seven.
Okay.
After like fucking summer was mostly a barrage of shit, September comes around and you get this Western movie, and it's like so basic. Like it even, dare I say, it should have turned out not to be as good as it was.
Now, first of all, just to confirm, you still have not seen the original, correct?
No.
Okay. But that's not demeaning it anyway. I'm just pointing out that it's an interesting comparison, because in your case you had no baggage to build on, and so that's interesting.
And so this is his introduction.
I think that all the actors are so well cast. Like they're typecast. They're not really playing characters, but you know the actors that they chose for those roles were perfect for those roles. Like this is one I would probably watch again. It was just a lot of fun.
I would agree with watch again. While it may not make a best of list for me, what I will say is that it was an entertaining movie, and it managed to do something a little bit different with the formula that we'd seen, in a couple other films before then, at least 3. And I think that seeing Denzel Washington play a cowboy is certainly worth it. That's half the fun. And other than that, I mean, the movie has some solid action sequences. Mm-hmm. So I would agree with you.
It was
to it's in that.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it's the time it came out has a lot to do with it, because summer was a fucking drag, and I had fun watching this. Fun that I should have had with a summer blockbuster.
I will certainly say that it, compared to most of the summer blockbuster films, this was certainly.
Why do I feel like you're damning with faint praise?
No, because that's what I'm saying. It didn't make my best of list because I wouldn't call it a great movie, or as far as I know of the original, even like that incredible of a remake.
And I know, hold on, before we get into this, Zach, I know for one thing that you already at one point showed me that movie was on your list of worst films at one point.
It was very close.
So
you're
the one who's put it damning.
Yeah, you know where it lost me? It lost me in about the second minute when they were trying to convey the grief of a woman losing her husband, and all the camera cared about was her cleavage. I was like, oh, it's one of those movies. Okay, cool.
I didn't even.
Let's buckle in. Let's buckle in now. It really did not change appreciably from there.
That's a very interesting thing to point out. I will have to, next time I see the movie, I'll have to take a look at that.
She's crying, and those boobs are perfectly centered.
Yeah, but that's, again, like, the movie's corny. Like, I'm not trying to convince you to like it, because I don't think I can do that, but it's corny, but it works.
And I think, Zach, I've made it infinitely clear that Westerns are a genre that I have an inherent enjoyment for. So
we've had a few of these conversations this year. Cough in the Valley of Violence. Cough.
Much better movie, I think. But
but better than Magnificent Seven. But.
All right. Well, so we don't get into we don't want to drag this argument too long.
I had fun watching Magnificent Seven. Sorry.
Which is totally.
And
acceptable.
I did too. And that's okay. Although I will say, Bill Leon, I will close with this. Please take time to watch either the Kurosawa film or the original Magnificent Seven movie, or hell, even the Roger Corman movie,
or all 3 in order.
Actually, that would be the best way to do it. All right, Bill A., what's your next runner-up?
Well, originally, while I was thinking about honorable mentions, I was thinking of putting on Shin Godzilla, the new Godzilla. Basically, it's called in Japan Godzilla Resurgence.
Yes.
But I edged that. Yeah, I edged that out. Instead, chose Woody Allen's Cafe Society.
Oh, okay.
I saw this in the theater, and it's very glossy. It's very colorful and vibrant, and it's got that Woody Allen charm to it, where there's a neurotic character, in this case played by Jesse Eisenberg. The plot is he comes to California to kind of get a change of scenery and get into the movie business, maybe.
I'm going to just take one quick guess. The movie begins with incredibly low-budget credits set to clarinet jazz.
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay, I just had to guess.
But that's just his classical
style
of doing credits. But it does that, and he goes to visit his uncle, played by Steve Carell, who is a movie executive, and he ends up meeting up with Kristen Stewart, and they kind of have a thing, but she's also having a thing with someone else, and there's also a side plot involving his brother, who is in the mob in New York. But that's beside the point. The movie is basically about, or it ends up being about, kind of like life decisions we make. Okay. And maybe regret a little bit and fondness for old flames. In a way, too, it's kind of like the passing of time, which I think is a recurring theme somewhat in Woody Allen films, which I guess is a recurring theme in most films, actually, the passing of time. I mean, movies move from,
in the case of some Woody Allen films, always, the passage of time is you watching your watch constantly.
Well, okay, all right.
That's true.
It's a theme of my life, the passage of time.
It's. I think when I say passage,
balls, no.
When I say passage of time, I mean more in the sense of like looking back at things, and times changing, right, settings changing, you changing, but also reflecting on that change. And it kind of has a romantic element to that very thing, that very indescribable thing that is looking back on your life and things you've made. Not that we see Jesse Eisenberg grow into an old man or anything, but he does we see like a few years in this guy's life, and there was a tumultuous few years, and he changes a little bit, and there's this wonderful gains some knowledge, also maybe regrets, maybe he
regresses in a few areas.
Not regrets.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he would have done things differently, perhaps.
Okay.
It's kind of up in the air a little bit, but there's a romantic side to that. There's like, I liked who I was back then. I liked what I did back then.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm different, but I can still look back on certain things with a fondness. It's a nice little movie. It also just barely didn't make my top 10. Same with La La Land, although I'm not going to talk about La La Land in my honorable mentions. That is an honorable mention, but it's not going to be my third one. That's just,
you'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about La La Land later.
I'm certain it's going to appear on someone's list at some point. But I
will appear on mine.
All right, so I'll go ahead and move on to my next one. This is a film that, while released by a major studio and given a pretty, I would say a pathetic promotional campaign, which kind of saddened me that they didn't give it the push it really needed. Disney released a drama over the summer called The Queen of Catway.
Oh, the chess movie.
Right. And that's what everyone calls it. And yes, chess is a major role in the movie, but it's
the African chess movie, yeah.
It's okay. So The Queen of Catway, first of all, is in every way, I would say it's an excellent example of its genre, of being, ultimately the sports drama where, you see a character advance in skill and such. But it overcomes the dull aspect of that with a story, a background story behind it that is genuinely compelling throughout. And the stakes are far higher in this than they are in, say, your Miracle on Ice or your Cool Runnings or your...
Miracle on Ice? You mean just Miracle?
Yeah, it was...
Is Miracle on Ice like the hockey movie, but at the Pepsi Center? Where they do the tricks?
I'm pretty sure it was subtitled Miracle on Ice, if I'm not mistaken.
Guarantee that might be the case. That might be the case, but I think it was just called Miracle.
When you say Miracle on Ice, I picture those Disney ice skating extravaganzas with Sebastian Loebs
I went
doing
to
tricks.
Hold on, I will correct myself. You're right. Hold on. The movie's called Miracle, but the event that the movie depicts is commonly referred to as the Miracle on Ice. So I was at least 50% accurate.
You're close. You're close. Yeah.
Okay, so.
How many chess movies are there? You got this and Pawn Sacrifice.
This Pawn Sacrifice, Searching for Bobby Fischer.
You have the short. You have the Pixar short.
Oh yeah, well that was
Gary's Game. Jerry's Game, whatever. Which if you count that short, I do. As a feat. And there's a movie with John Turturro, I believe, called The Losing Defense. I've not seen it, but I know that it's a chess movie. So there's a few. I would say
Wonderful World of Chess.
New Zealand movie called The Dark Horse that got a lot of love last year.
Okay, there
It's
we
really
go.
good.
And there's Bobby Fischer versus the World,
Wow.
which is
Oh, that's a different.
it's a
just
documentary,
Bobby
so
Fischer.
it's a feature.
Yeah, but
Fischer.
it's more like Bobby Fischer ranting and raving about Jews.
Yeah,
I feel
well,
like- Whoa.
yeah,
The
because
chess guy?
While
Bobby
being
Fischer.
Jew.
yeah,
He was a Jewish
While being a Jew,
person
yeah.
that was, anti-Semitic.
So Hawk Ripjaw, what is your next honorable mention?
Before you go into that, it's actually Zach's turn, by the way. Before we get into that, I just want to summarize quickly by saying, check out Queen of Catway. You'll be I think surprised by the solid performances all around. It's got a great soundtrack. Lupita Nyong'o, David Oyelowo, and the newcomer actor Medina Nawanga is
Well, I do like chess and all of those people that you just mentioned. So
yeah. So
Well,
So,
to
yeah,
the
go
last
for it.
one, I'm assuming.
Play a lot
Considering
of
it's her
video
debut.
chess, man.
long story short, just look up the fucking movie, okay? And
Yeah,
All right.
I will. I'm going to throw my weight behind that too. It's a good one. I really enjoyed it.
all right, Zach, what's yours?
Trying to pick out movies that used to. Let's go with
You gotta
American
prep
Honey.
this shit, dude.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
you
oh,
said-
no,
you said-
I'm
wait,
looking at a
wait.
list. I beyond prep this shit.
Oh
I'm
man,
looking at a
let's
list of
talk
30
about
films.
American Honey,
I'm trying
please.
to pick out where the next one is.
We've got a nice reversal of fortune here, Zach, because
Can
Uh,
we talk about
because-
American Honey?
I loves me some American Honey.
all right.
Oh, I did not like this movie.
Well, it has Shia LaBeouf in it. Let me guess. Shia LaBeouf in his rat tail was probably
The
light switch
protagonist
off.
girl is so fucking
Yeah.
annoying, and it's like some Harmony Korine shit. Like,
Kind of.
Oh, don't use
Yeah.
Harmony Korine in that way.
no, this movie, like, critics have been comparing it to him favorably. Like, this is some
Yeah, I
Harmony
know,
Korine
but-
shit. I'm
I
saying,
know, but you're using it,
That's-
Harmony Korine, as a negative.
I didn't care for this.
So,
Okay.
if you don't like early Harmony Korine, there are things you won't like about this film. It's not as filthy nasty as early Harmony Korine by any means.
No, not like
Um,
Gummo. No.
Yeah, but yeah, essentially it's so this director Andrea Arnold. It's her first American film. She made a name for herself doing kitchen sink dramas in Britain. Essentially,
Did she do Fish
it's-
Tank? Was that hers?
she did Fish Tank. Yes,
Yeah.
that was kind of her big coming out. That's right when Fassbender was getting big. That was the one that put her name on the map. Great director, excellent director, and this is her first American film. It's probably her biggest scoped film as well. But it's got a really Harmony Korine subject matter. I'll give you that, Bill. Where it's essentially about magazine salesmen in I think the Midwest.
They
Could be-
travel
could be-
constantly.
They're
They do
drifters,
travel
basically.
constantly.
They're drifters,
Yeah, it's-
basically, yeah.
Yeah, it's Nowheresville, America.
According to this, the movie
and-
takes place mostly in Oklahoma and Kansas.
That
So there you
sounds
go.
about right.
That's another locale that
Although I think
Korine
she's from
likes.
somewhere else. A
It
different
says here
state.
she's from Muskogee, Oklahoma.
I like the
Okay, never
scene
mind.
where they steal the redneck's car and like they steal money
Yeah.
from him too, right? See, here's the thing. I don't think this is a badly made film. I'm actually surprised that you like it as much as you do. But
I
like I've met people like this and they're douchebags and they're portrayed in this film as douchebags. So
So
I-
and this is where
that's my
you-
argument against
you
Harmony.
were absolutely correct, Bill. But what I thought was interesting about it was even just the subject matter and the dignity and grace that she gives it. She's not saying these people are anything you ever really want to be. I mean, it's Sheila LaBeouf in a rat tail. That's nothing to aspire to. And he was probably the most put together one. And he's really the only actor involved either, I guess, for Riley Keough or whatever in her Confederate flag bikini. But anyways, I think what
I forgot
she's
that
going
happened.
for,
I
she's
forgot
going
about
for,
the
yeah,
Confederate
right?
flag bikini.
Spectacular. What she's going for is a very slice in the life. She's going for some of the same stuff she was going for in the social issues, kitchen sink dramas, but she's way more optimistic about it. And she's showing this pretty scuzzy fucking life, but she's also showing kind of the beauty of youth. And she's showing, how these little things, even when your life pretty sucks, that attitude, that kind of like just go out and grab an attitude.
And I think a lot of that from what I saw, a lot of that was conveyed through like them shooting just the landscape and the sunset, and like there's a lot of gorgeous cinematography in this.
Absolutely. Music, I love the way they used the diegetic music. A lot of pop cuts and things, but I think it worked really well, and it was natural and kind of lifted the spirits as well. It was just really interesting approach, really interesting subject matter.
Okay.
And these people probably aren't going to have good lives, but they'll have this summer at least. They had something.
Yeah, that's true. That's an interesting way to look at it. This movie just reminded me of like every shit drug dealer I've ever bought weed off of.
I know these people, Bill. I know these people too, man.
So the plot thickens.
I had one guy try to get me to work in a call center that he set up himself. And God, it was Mid City. Holy shit. It was these people. Yeah.
Well, clearly I need to stop complaining about where I live.
No, there's probably people around you that are kind of like this too. You just have been lucky enough to avoid them. But they're around. They're everywhere.
All right, Hawk, what is your next runner-up, the final runner-up?
10 Cloverfield Lane.
Excellent choice.
Good. All right.
Damn, yeah, okay.
Is that higher up on anyone's list, by the way?
No, but
okay.
Damn it. Okay, all right. Yeah, this
Liked
movie.
it.
Oh yeah, I'll let Hawk take the lead. It's his pick.
A really awesome single setting thriller. A performance by John Goodman that, damn it, should have gotten a supporting actor nomination.
I agree fully.
And kind of like we talked about, I talked about Eye in the Sky building tension. 10 Cloverfield Lane does that very, very well. Also, I think the performances by just three core characters is really effective. And I think it's really hard to, in my opinion, it's really hard to design a drama around one setting and one idea and then slowly build it from there. Not to mention, you've got to fill in all of the negative space just with dialogue from these characters and not make it feel like really banal exposition.
Yeah, I would agree.
And the movie did it really well. And the way it I think the best part about it for me is that it completely keeps you guessing as to whether John Goodman's character is an aggressor, a savior, a crazy person, or just all three of those.
And as it turns out, he's kind of everything.
He kind of is everything. And it builds into a really spectacular climax inside the bunker and then kind of trips over itself with the alien climax, which felt like I felt like when she finally goes outside, the movie was like, guess what? It's a Cloverfield movie, and tried to ram that down my throat.
I think the point where you could easily end the movie and make it feel better overall is when she stands up on, before, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen it, where she stands up on the car above the grass and the cornfields, and she sees like clear evidence that aliens are fucking with people, and just goes like, however her reactions, I think it's like,
shit, yeah. Or you gotta be kidding me.
I would actually stop just before that. She's standing on the car and sees the military vehicles going across the road in the distance, and then ends there just to leave it ambiguous as to still what was actually going on.
Yeah, that could too. Personally, I think.
I like the hard cut to credits after the kind of humorous moment of like, I think she says, "Oh, come on," or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be a hard cut.
That reminds me of the ending to The Guest, where they are fighting the killer through the funhouse, and they go outside, and he walks out. Fuck? Yeah, he walks out wearing the firefighter's thing. She's like, "What the fuck?" And then it just cuts to credits.
Yeah, no, like everything after that moment, I couldn't stand about 10 Cloverfield Lane. I was like, this is dumb. This is uninspired. It seems like
throwing the Molotov cocktail into the giant space anus.
It bears mentioning. I want to say this is that
gives new meaning to the word fire hole.
I rewatched this at home with my roommates, and they were really into the movie from beginning to end. And watching it with them and seeing the climax with the aliens kind of changed it a little bit for me. I was like, you know what? It's kind of a weird, out of left field turn, but if you kind of know that that's coming, then it makes a little bit more sense in context.
I'll have to see it, but I'm skeptical.
It still is not the direction I would have liked the ending to go, but it's not quite as much a slap in the face. And I still wanted to mention this movie because everything up until that last 10 minutes was such a fantastic slow build of tension.
Okay.
That stuff is gold. And the one last thing I want to say about this film is I think it had one of the best trailers we've seen in the past 5 years.
Oh yeah, totally.
Excellent.
And it just dropped out of nowhere. I watched the shit out of this trailer.
Absolutely.
And it came out like a month before the movie was released.
And the marketing campaign was perfect because they didn't announce it months ahead of time. They kept you in the dark as to what it was going to be. Then suddenly they dropped the trailer and you're like, what the fuck is this? And then, holy shit. Yeah, that's perfect. That's how a marketing campaign should be. You don't need 2 fucking years of build-up, Disney.
Yeah, 5 trailers and promos and literally 25 TV spots like some of the movies this year had. It was perfect.
So, Bill Leon, what is your final runner-up?
I'll make this quick. It's Moana.
That's higher on my list.
That's higher. Okay.
You guys, okay, all right. Then we will talk about that. Let's get this show on the fucking road.
All right. Bill A., what's your next runner-up?
Disney's The Jungle Book.
Okay.
That's a good movie.
I was going to pick this as my other runner-up, so we might as well just...
Is this higher on anyone's list, or...?
No.
No?
I thought about making this my runner-up over Moana, and now that it's not on their list, I guess this is my final runner-up.
Okay. I was taken by this movie. I already knew the Jungle Book story, as most people do, I would imagine, from childhood. And I remembered very clearly the 90s attempt at a live action with the guy that I think was in Mortal Kombat, but probably wasn't. We had this movie on VHS growing up, and we maybe watched it once, and then it never entered the VCR again. Yeah, right. It just was kind of forgettable. This was probably the best use of CGI technology since maybe Avatar, possibly. There's something between those two, but that came out that was also good. But Jungle Book utilized and pushed motion capture and motion and performance capture to the next level with this movie. The best sequence, I think, involving that was when Idris Elba's I forget some of these characters' names,
Shere
Khan, yes, visits the on the top of the rock the leader of the Wolf Clan, and they have this really intense conversation about the boy, and he ends up killing his ass. Mm-hmm. and taking over in charge, and I thought, oh my god, that was just so beautifully rendered, and on top of that, it was emotional. It wasn't just captured well. They actually were able to emote during that. This was a perfect kind of movie for Bill Murray as well to take part in as the bear.
I can agree with that.
One of my favorite. I just want to interject real quick. One of my favorite things about watching The Jungle Book is watching King Louis's song and imagining in my head Christopher Walken jamming out in the recording booth.
You can imagine him dancing
as he sings that song. You can just picture him snapping his fingers, just shimmying the shoulders, and
I want to be like you.
That was really funny.
That was the one sequence I didn't really like, but I didn't hate it.
I didn't like how that sequence was staged, but just hearing Christopher Walken's voice did that. But I agree with you that sequence itself, I don't think was blocked as well as it could have been.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was. I'm sorry, but at the same time, that character, the giant ape, with the arm going out, trying to touch the kid, and all the other little.
Like that.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna throw this out here. I actually rewatched the 1994 Jungle Book movie after seeing this.
There's 2 key differences, but go ahead.
First of all, it's the actor is Jason Scott Lee, who was also in Dragon: The Bruce Lee Story.
Okay, he wasn't the guy from Mortal Kombat. That's
right.
Okay, all right.
Different
actor.
It also has Carrie Elways, Sam Neill, John Cleese. It's not a good movie, but there's so much in the movie that is as far as like a movie that embodies the 90s and how Disney movies were then. It's worth rewatching. I highly recommend it.
Okay. In that movie,
It's like the Surf Ninjas of Jungle Book movies.
There are these great moments where they'll have like the live action Shere Khan show up, and then they'll cut to like what's clearly a puppet in like an attack sequence. It's pretty brilliant, actually.
none of the animals talk in that, right?
No, that was the other decision they make, which honestly I don't mind.
Right. I think my two biggest complaints about the new Jungle Book is I didn't care for. I'm blanking on her name. What's her name? Who played Khan?
The snake sequence.
Yeah. Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett
Johansson is Ka. I didn't like it. It's not because it was a female casting. I don't know. She just sounded weird.
Just sounded like Scarlett Johansson as a snake.
Yeah.
Which is weird, yeah.
She was supposed to be seductive and mesmerizing.
I find Scarlett Johansson seductive, but
that's the thing.
I don't know.
I guess you would say classically.
My Scarlett Johansson role of choice is Under the Skin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, for people who find Scarlett Johansson seductive, that particularly is.
That's probably it.
I didn't say that.
all you're saying, Hawk, is that Scarlett Johansson can lead you into a pool of dark black liquid any day.
I might follow. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Depends on how my week was.
To be slowly digested.
Yeah. I mean, as ways to go out, at least you get a little something.
The list of people that I'd rather have digest me in a pool of black liquid is pretty short. So,
Yeah.
All right. So,
is anyone in the room on the list? Anyway,
Tom Brady, you're going on the list.
So,
Tom Brady.
No, nobody in this list.
Billy, what's your final?
We already did me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was you. All right. My final was I am not a serial killer.
Oh, I didn't watch that yet.
I am not a serial killer. It just barely missed my list because I really enjoy this movie, and after rewatching it, I liked it even more than the first time. It's a slow burner of a movie following the character John Wayne Cleaver, a teenager who is a diagnosed sociopath and has
But he's not a serial killer.
Right. He has homicidal feelings, like he wants to kill people, but he knows that it's wrong, and because of that, what he teaches himself to do is like these routines that like for instance, if someone insults him or is a jerk to him, he gives them a compliment back. And there's this great sequence in which he threatens a kid who's being a huge dick to him by explaining this to him, that what he would rather do and what he does in order to keep everyone around him safe. And the movie has this great dark sense of humor, excellent low budget cinematography. I mean, this movie was shot for super cheap, a little bit under $2 million, and it's gorgeous. It embodies the feeling of the northern Midwest, like northern Minnesota and the mining towns up there perfectly. And of course, Christopher Lloyd as the aging neighbor who may be an actual serial killer. And this movie has an ending that I truly did not expect. That definitely goes. This movie goes from being a subtle thriller to Reanimator within minutes.
Nice.
And I fucking loved that. Did anyone else see this movie, or?
No,
Yeah,
I haven't
I liked
seen
it.
Okay.
I liked it quite a bit. I'm not really going to say anything more because I think Hawk will
Yeah,
also like it quite a bit.
Oh no, I
But,
fully expect to like it. I'll probably watch it tonight, honestly.
All right.
Yeah, but I will. Yeah, the scene in which he sort of reveals himself to the bully is the best, though. It's spectacular.
Ew.
Yeah, takes it all out.
Exactly. Yep.
So you want to see? You want to see what I got under this coat, boy?
Let me just say, I've never seen a better way of dealing with a bully in a movie.
Okay, now you're just making it worse.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Anyway, so we'll go ahead and move on. We've got one more. Zach, what is your final runner-up you'd like to highlight?
So I want to give a quick call out to The Eyes of My Mother. I don't even know how to characterize this film exactly. What? What do they look like? Detached, according to this movie.
Oh, okay.
Fucked up black and white horror film that is just so matter of fact in its psychosis. And give it a look. It's gorgeously shot and really fucking just hurts the soul, something. Horror fan, The Eyes of My Mother, you'll like it. Everyone else, probably you will not.
Wait, say it again.
But The Eyes of My Mother.
And what'd you say after that, though?
Oh, I said if you're a horror fan, you're going to love it.
Oh, okay.
If you are not, you probably won't because it's
then I
intense.
expect to enjoy it.
Yes.
So you're intentionally giving us as little as because I take it.
I'm giving you just a little bit on that because actually my first runner-up is The Handmaid. But I want to shout out. I knew that was not going to be on anybody's radar.
That is, yeah, I've heard of this. It's supposed to be like ridiculously good.
I want to see it a lot.
Yeah, The Handmaiden is quite good. It's Park Chan-wook, who did Old Boy and a lot of other amazing Korean films. And it's a story, it's the old novel Fingersmith, which is a British novel. Was made in a BBC miniseries with Sally Hawkins, which was pretty good, but don't watch it because you're going to spoil the twists, which Park Chan-wook is so much more invested in. Essentially, it's the story of a lady thief who agrees to become the handmaiden to a rich woman, and the plot that her and her Fagin character concoct essentially is she's going to try to convince this young, fragile, rich woman, sort of as the handmaiden best friend, this guy, and they're going to put this woman in an asylum and make off with her fortune. That's the original goal. Different places after that. I won't really go after that. It completely flips on its head at one point. Great twists. Really tactfully shot. Production design wise, you're going to be hard pressed to find a better looking film this year. Just very opulent. So the Korean this is into Japan occupied Korea prior to World War II. And so there's a lot of influences. It's Park Chan-wook, so it goes to some really fucked up sexual places. And it's not really a spoiler to say the lesbian relationship that's central to the film as well. I don't really want to give too much more away. Just say it is a gorgeous film. It is going to surprise you, even if you think you guess one twist, one of the subsequent ones is going to get you in a very pleasurable way. And it's
my favorite.
Yeah, it's good. And then the only other thing, I mean, it's also a very interestingly powerful feminist statement in the end. And there's this one sequence that is just incredibly rousing, not arousing, although there's plenty of that too, if that's how you like to roll. Good film.
All right. So
go watch it.
We've made it into our top 10s.
Let's get to the list.
Yes. All right, Hawk, your number 10.
Nocturnal Animals.
Hawk Ripjaw.
Is that higher up on anyone's list?
Nope.
All right, Nocturnal Animals. Let's get into it.
So Ken, excuse me, I have been thinking about this. You took umbrage with the ending of Nocturnal Animals.
No, I took umbrage with everything in the movie that didn't involve the actual story.
Okay, but specifically, I want to talk about the ending.
Or the not
I
actual
didn't see it as an ending. You saw it as the movie just stopping.
Because it does.
And I have an answer for you on that finally, after thinking about it for a while.
Okay.
The ending in which, well, I don't need to spoil it, but you'll know what I'm talking about when I say this. The ending was one final echo of the emptiness of Amy Adams' character's life.
Which I had zero investment in, and so the ending was nothing.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's what
He really hated
That's
the Amy
awesome.
Adams parts. Is the theme of that?
See, I don't know. Like it was not. Again, it didn't. Her role did not quite fit into the rest of the narrative, but I really liked how Tom Ford really went for it in the way that he weaved it all together. Again, like I liked how it kind of came together, and I can completely respect why somebody wouldn't. But to your point, the real story here is the Jake Gyllenhaal, Michael Shannon bromance that we get in the second half of the movie. And that's part of why this movie got into my top 10 is because Michael Shannon is fucking awesome in this movie.
Want me to be completely honest here? This movie is one of my recommendations. It's not my top 10. I would recommend seeing it because that element of the movie is so good.
Yeah.
I just have to put that caveat on it, my personal caveat.
Sure.
So,
it's fine. And I really wish that Tom Ford would make more movies, but I would also maybe suspect that would dilute how good every time he does movies is. Like, he's only done one other movie, and that was A Single Man, and that movie was fantastic. The Colin Firth gay teacher movie, to put it concisely.
Okay.
This movie was just a fucking gut punch, mainly for an early sequence where in the book story, Jake Gyllenhaal's family is harassed by Aaron Taylor Johnson's hillbilly character and his buddies, and that is one of the most harrowing and terrifying sequences that I've seen in any other movie this year. Like, it was absolutely gut-wrenching to watch that unfold over the course of, I don't even know how long that sequence was, but it felt like 20 to 30 minutes of just menace.
absolutely.
Which earned Aaron Taylor Johnson a Golden Globe.
And
Yes.
for me, it earned Aaron Taylor Johnson a free ticket out of movie jail for me.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, Aaron Taylor Johnson is not, to be frank, a notable actor in terms of talent. I mean,
Well,
he's fine.
All I'm saying is, in the last 4 movies he's done, his performance has been completely uninteresting to me.
Yes.
This movie redeemed it completely. I now know where he's coming from. So.
Yeah, in movies, Aaron Taylor Johnson gets the job done, but in this movie, he really was his character, and it was really scary.
Absolutely.
So
right.
yeah.
So, Bill Leon, what is your number 10?
Oh, okay. My list is going to be weird. I said this last week. Like, there's probably 5 bajillion movies that I haven't seen. Number 10 is a weird pick. It's the Lonely Island movie, Pop Star, Never Stopping.
That was a funny movie.
It's a very funny movie. I did not give it a good review on the show when I initially saw it, and I'm like that. No, because I'm like that with comedies. Like the first Hangover, I did not really enjoy all that much when I first watched it. Then I kind of cooled down, watched it again, and I thought it was really funny. Same thing happened with Pop Star. As far as modern comedies that are more or less cult classics for me, this is one of them. Walk Hard is another, especially music related. And that's probably the show. The fact that I like comedy music, and I've listened, what's the Lonely Island put out now? 4 or 5 records, if you include the soundtrack album to this. And I've listened to all of them when they came out. I consider myself a fan of theirs. This is a funny movie. There's a lot of goofy shit that happens in it that makes me laugh. It's funny. This isn't higher up on anyone else. I guess you would have stopped me if it was higher up on someone else's list.
Well, I don't believe it is. So either way,
You've convinced me to try because I felt the same way about the first time I saw it. It's okay. Did knock my socks off.
The soundtrack is, but I think part of the reason I liked it more the second time is because I listened to the soundtrack in between, and the soundtrack is basically a fucking Lonely Island record. It's very funny.
Okay, and yeah, I think you've convinced me to watch it. I was just not interested in the subject matter, and to be honest, Lonely Island has always been kind of something I've liked some things, but I'm not crazy about. But I'll give it a shot. Okay, so number 10, Bill Arsenault.
Well, as every time we do these lists, every year, my list is usually filled with weird independent films that no one else has seen before.
Yeah, we all know you get cool ass screeners.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say. I wasn't gonna say that, but
You don't have to put the caveat on it. This is all personal preference. So.
Yeah, it's all personal preference. So
yeah.
To start off with, my number 10 is Uncle Kent 2. The sequel to the Mumblecore Joe Swanberg movie Uncle Kent. This is
based on a voice director for kids cartoons, right?
Yeah, Ken Osborne. Yeah, who played himself in the first movie, a version of himself. The first movie was kind of about him trying to have a relationship with this woman that he met online, and she comes to visit him. It doesn't really work out, and he goes back to his life as a voice artist.
Mm-hmm.
Which
I've been fascinated with both of these films since I heard that they existed, which was this year. And I've heard you bring it up. I've heard like Nathan Rabin talk about it. It seems like real, this isn't mainstream shit by any means.
No, it isn't. The Joe Swanberg movie was more realistic in terms of portraying a hopeless romantic guy. Uncle Kent 2 is basically it starts off with Kent Osborne. The first 10 minutes are directed by Joe Swanberg. And Kent Osborne's trying to pitch to Joe Swanberg a sequel to Uncle Kent. He's like, dude, I love making the first one so much. Let's do a second one. And by the end of their conversation, Joe Swanberg's like, look, I'm not really interested, but I think that's because this is your idea. You should go out and make it. It's your story. I don't want to turn it into my story. I want it to be your story. So the rest of the movie becomes this weird, surreal, slapstick, absurd.
Isn't it kind of a deconstruction of the first film in some ways?
In some ways it is, but it's also just weird for the sake of weird, kind of. It's directed by Todd Rohal, who did the Adult Swim short film called Mops, which is a
Mops is hilarious.
It's hilarious. It's an intentionally sped up feature film, sped up so that it's only 10 minutes long or 12 minutes long, about a janitor at a school who creates a robot to do his work for him, but then the robot goes mad. And it's presented as a VHS copy of a public access presentation.
Yes.
That's in constant fast forward. And so it's really brilliant because all the characters are talking really fast. They're squeaking. They're
and there's no subtitles.
There's no subtitles, so you don't understand what they're saying, but you kind of get what's going on anyways. And
I wonder if anyone's ever tried slowing Mops down to see if it's
they have. There's a YouTube version that is slowed down.
Okay.
And that's an hour long about. But
this was part of the series of weird shit Adult Swim was doing. They call them infomercials, I think. Too Many Cooks was a part of it.
Something like that, yeah. So anyways, Todd Rohal is this really weird director who does these really weird projects, and Uncle Kent 2 is one of them. What I liked about Uncle Kent 2 was it represented for me a flip side of the coin as to what Uncle Kent represented. For me, Uncle Kent, the first one, was like a glimpse into my future, what my 40s are probably going to be like, how it's going to be literally. Uncle Kent 2 is more how it's going to feel. Like it's going to feel internally very weird and abstract. The movie Uncle Kent 2, I don't know if you guys are ever going to be able to see this. It's on Fandor right now.
It's on Amazon.
Okay, it's on Amazon. That's
you can
pretty
rent it for $3.99.
I didn't know that. So if you guys decide to go watch it, which I recommend, it's only a little over an hour. So the at least runtime wise, it's not going to occupy that much, of your time. But the movie takes an interesting turn where everything turns into a data mosh digital apocalypse. And for almost no reason, slowly through the movie, Kent is going crazy, or this disease is taking over his mind, and things are getting really weird for him. But to me, I saw it as kind of like I said before, how my 40s are going to feel. kind of like how Kevin Smith does the Clerks movies in terms of how a certain age was for him. I think this is kind of like for Kent Osborne. Like one aspect was the first movie. This is the other aspect of how his life is.
So do you think Clerks 3 is going to be about how the guys at the convenience store decide to make their own movie and everyone hates it and they just complain about it online?
I would not be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I don't know how Kevin Smith's going to do Clerks 3. He keeps saying it's going to be a play. Then he says it's going to be a movie. Then he says it's going to be his Empire Strikes Back. Then he says it's going to be this. Then he says it's going to be that. I'd venture to say it's never going to happen.
And every time he said something like that, he was probably high.
Yeah.
Yes. So there you go. Should you be high for Uncle Kent 2? Yeah.
All right.
Noted.
There you go.
So my number 10 is A Monster Calls.
Okay, cool.
Zach, is that on your list at all, or? Hello, Zach, you're muted.
Yeah, I am. Stupid. I'm on my phone and Facebook pops at me.
Okay, so
Facebook.
is that on your
Monster Calls shares my number 10 slot, so let's go for it.
All right, let's dive in.
With a film that's going to be higher on your list. Lion.
Oh, so you cheated and you have 2 10s.
Yep.
Okay, it is higher on my list.
May not be the last time.
We'll talk Lion later, but all right. So Monster Calls. First of all, I have to say, when I went into this movie, I had not seen a single trailer for it. I saw the poster, and I saw I did see a teaser a year ago, and it was I had no idea what to expect from this at all. I honestly kind of thought it was going to be some kids movie involving this kid who meets a mythical giant and befriends him. Here's the thing: when I saw the teaser, the only thought in my mind was, this kind of feels like the BFG again.
Nope.
Oh. I saw the trailer a while ago. I saw the trailer 6 months ago. And it was very well put together, and it also featured one of my all-time favorite songs by M83, "Lower Your Eyelids to Die with the Sun." Mm-hmm. And I was like, wow, I want to see this. And I'll let you say what you want to say, and then I'll say what I want to say.
So without going into too much detail, it's basically just about a young boy who has to face her mother's impending death, basically, and he gets through that with the help of a monster who kind of lives in his would you call it imagination?
Kind of,
but yeah, kind of psyche,
yeah, in his mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's elements to the film that indicates that there might be more going on. But
yeah, they allude to more in the last act.
Right. Yeah, I would say from within and without, there's a mythical quality to it, where you almost feel like, while you could explain it away as imaginary, this could very well, be the way we deal with our own deep emotions. We try to push them away like they don't exist. And
very metaphorical.
First of all, this has some of the most beautiful computer animated graphics, and also some 2D animation too. This is one of the most visually just engrossing movies that I've seen this year. Even the stuff that isn't animated is just every inch of it is intentional and feels deeply emotional, and
that's what she said.
So Zach, it wound up on your list for a number of reasons. I'm sure to go into some.
Yep. So my origin story with that is actually, I think it debuted at Berlin, maybe. So I've had my fingers on it for a while, and I even, when I'm doing my Oscar Power rankings, I even actually had it on there a lot longer, just because the one person whose review I read was so ecstatic about it, and it's a review I really respect the opinion of, Jessica Kyung.
Mm-hmm.
And I just expected it to be a much bigger deal than it was, and I still don't understand how
it just got dumped out there.
People didn't
catch on to it. Incredibly emotional film, and it's a film about emotions. I mean, that's the entire point, and it's trying to build metaphor for something that's essentially impossible to deal with. A child, dealing with the impending death of his mother.
And the inevitability
and
of
the
death
metaphors
in
they
general.
spin. Exactly, and there's complex emotions to it. Like the mother's played by the mother's mother. Why am I blanking on the
Sigourney
actress's name?
Weaver.
Yeah, Sigourney Weaver, which is not a hard actress to
The
remember.
mother is
Anyways, I
Felicity
blanked.
Jones, by the way.
Yeah, and the mother's played by Felicity Jones, and then the mother's mother, the grandmother of the son, the way she reacts to it is really complex and interesting. The way she reacts to this kid acting out, it's just feels so human and so real, but it's so metaphorical in its delivery, and it's a tearjerker like a motherfucker.
That's what she
Ken
said.
saw the film it tied with the night before, and I was like, if it's half as fucking tear-jerking as this film, I'll eat my hat. And do I have to eat my hat, Ken?
Both films are emotional ringers.
Emotionally, yeah.
I mean, seriously, both of those movies, which we'll talk more about line later, are movies that made me tear up. I will say, A Monster Calls made me more than tear up. That movie straight up made me cry in the theater, like the weakest of.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking lie, I did too. It's that kind of film.
And you know what?
Yeah.
It's completely earned, and I don't regret it at all. It was so transcendently beautiful.
I punched a 7-year-old on my way out. I regained my manhood, but
you had to just make up for it.
I want to just really quickly say that yes, I was also I want to say really emotional during the finale, but no, I was openly weeping, and I thought that the animated story sequences were really cool, but everything up until that final act felt very it felt like calculated emotional manipulation.
I don't know if I'd go there.
It was very designed.
It's like,
I'll give
let's
you that.
see how shitty we can make this kid's life.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit of that.
Dying, but he's also getting bullied at school and his grandma's a bitch.
Yeah.
But to be fair for a second, and I'm sure that they're presented wholly differently, but I feel that way about the Lemony Snicket series. Just like you're just shitting on these kids. These kids have it so rough.
That is
that's kind of the point of that too. Yeah.
That's absolutely
no.
All right.
I will give you that. I think the reason they did that was each of those pieces of shittiness this kid tied into a very complex life lesson. And that's the cool thing. Like the monster says, what is it? It's 3 stories, right? I'm going to tell you 3 stories, and then
you're going to tell me.
You're going to tell me yours.
Mm-hmm.
And every single one of those is tied to a complex emotional truth.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool.
That you just don't fucking see on film most of the time. And 2 of those were expressly tied to the shitty bully and the shitty grandma. So I think that was the point of that.
I'm just going to say, from a technical perspective, if you are at all in the least a fan of good animation, this movie is a must-see. Especially for the story sequences. Those story sequences, like the opening one involving the prince.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that, where it becomes almost like a watercolor painting.
Yeah. Also, this isn't for kids. This is not for kids, guys.
Yeah,
or maybe it is. And your kid's gonna be fucking awesome. I was
so hoping that someone would take their kids to this movie, because they would have been an emotional train wreck within the first 10 minutes. So anyway, we'll go ahead and move on to the number 9 slot. Number nine.
My number 9 was The Nice Guys.
All right.
Cool.
That is slightly higher for me.
I'm sure that's higher on yours, Ken.
Okay, so it's actually not higher on my list, but
oh really?
It's a good movie, but it's one of my runner-ups. Okay, Bill Leon, what's your number 9?
I'm embarrassed. You guys are just talking about The Little Prince. Now I got to talk about Sausage Party. Jesus Christ.
Here it is.
Oh, boy. So many animators got fucked over, and I still like this movie. I don't know. This is a film. I think, like, here's the thing: is like this movie. If I saw this when I was 15 years old, I would be like, "This is the greatest fucking movie ever made." And I think, like, just part of me was taken back to that watching it every time, like, because I've seen it multiple times. Every time I just get into like a real juvenile mode and I laugh at the shitty. Like, there are definitely jokes that aren't funny, but for the movie, to its credit, rapid fire jokes, like constantly throwing jokes at you, whether they be visual, dialogue, background, foreground. It's constantly throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks.
Literally.
Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that they kind of sort of adapted a Disney structure to it. They got Alan Menken to work on the opening song. This just has a sort of old school parody vibe that you don't get anymore because fucking Friedberg and Seltzer raped that shit into the ground. Parody in film has been problematic for the past how long? Like probably like a decade now. Yeah. And this was refreshing for me in that respect. Also, I'm a big fan of not only animation but adult animation. This is the first R-rated animated film to come out in fucking God knows how long. That wasn't some bullshit Richard Linklater thing.
Wow. Okay. Harsh words there.
This is a cartoon. Okay, the Richard Linklater movies are supposed to be like philosophical. We're in college and we know everything about the world. Okay, so this is a cartoon. It's funny. It makes jokes. They really slam hard into that religious angle in the end, which I am an atheist, so that did not bother me. I know a lot of people are not happy about it, but
I just want to say I'm a Catholic, and this movie did not bother me.
Right? Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
but
I didn't think it reached an intellectual level to which it could bother.
I think the movie,
of course,
sometimes
very well said.
You got to look at what you're told to believe and see how that works for you, and I totally respect that.
I can respect Sausage Party for its ambition, but overall, I can't. I rewatched the movie and I just kind of was mad about it.
I think I know what you're going to say, and what you want to say. It's like you respect the movie's ambition, but it also has a scene where a douche rapes a juice box.
This is a movie that relies heavily on shock value for the humor, and it does not
honestly the douche. Yeah, it's more the fact that, like, hey, we're making edgy commentary by having the bagel fuck the whatever.
I don't think. Well, see, I have my own personal theory about that, and I've talked about this on the show, so I'll try to just summarize it very quickly and not repeat myself. But the orgy scene at the end, in my opinion, was riffing on DreamWorks' dance party sequences that they close all their animated films with.
Yeah, I will say this: the movie does set up the potential for a truly meta-ass sequel if they actually do what they kind of infer they might do, which is a live-action movie in which the characters of Sausage Party merge into the real world to kill the writers of Sausage Party.
I don't know if I would like that, because I liked how weird the ending to this got, and I liked because it was the way it was. It felt like that was a sign of them saying, like, we're not going to do a sequel. This is ridiculous. We're just taking this as far.
I want to see the logical conclusion of the Stargate ending.
I would watch it. Don't get me wrong. I would watch it. And I know Sausage Party made a good amount of money. I don't know if, because R-rated animation will never be, money-making type of shit. So it'll be interesting to see if they make a sequel to this, or if they just do a follow-up where it's another mature animated movie. I don't know.
Well, won't it have to be live action, considering they don't have any animators left?
Yeah, that Canadian studio's not coming back.
You know what might be really funny is if the Sausage Party 2 was a very benign PG-rated animated comedy.
That's true. That'd be an interesting way to take it.
Yeah. All right, Bill A., what is your number 9?
My number 9 is The Alchemist Cookbook.
I heard of
it. Good.
Yes,
good film.
This is a very good film. This is from the director of Buzzard, which I think I talked about a couple years ago. Buzzard was about a scheming kleptomaniac guy who created a glove with kind of his own version of the Freddy Krueger glove with knives and everything, and he feels like he's entitled to everything, and he goes around Detroit trying to, get some free shit, It's almost like a satire in a way, or a horror film if you want to think about it, on the occupied generation, or the millennials, or whatever you want to call it. This generation of adults, of young adults, or teenagers who have now just become adults. Same can be said with Alchemist Cookbook to a point. It's about a young adult African-American male who has moved into the woods in a kind of a mocked-up trailer. I don't even know if it's really a trailer. It's like a shed. And he lives there with his cat, and he's basically like a chemist. It's implied that he might be making drugs here and there, but I think he's really just practicing the dark arts. Because he spends most of the time like reading from like an old spell book or something, and he tries to summon some creature to gain its power, but it ends up like having bad effects on, of course it's going to, on his environment, and then ultimately him. It's a very confounding movie, because I'm not sure if it's a comedy or a horror, but it certainly works both ways. Just like Buzzard, it is kind of about, a generation, if you will. That's kind of how I saw it. You could certainly take it that route. It also just works fine as a horror comedy. Out in the woods, like it's definitely more inventive than Adam Wingard's Blair Witch. As much as I kind of enjoyed that movie, this is the better variation of out in the woods horror. It's not found footage, so that's also a plus. Not that found footage can't be clever, but it depends on who's doing it. Any questions anyone has on Alchemist?
I would say I can toss in my 2 cents because I also quite liked it. To me, Pachoikas is Alex Cox. He's the new one. I know Alex Cox is still making movies. They're mostly terrible.
Yeah,
Joel Pachoikas feels like he's got that.
Yeah, it's a good comparison.
Punk rock sensibility.
Yeah, I'm actually friends with him on Facebook. That's he posts these weird updates every once in a while. Usually it's in promotion of his movies, but other times it's like political. And he has a very funny sensibility when it comes to that stuff. So I can see
Alex Cox.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, so
interesting. I mean, if you like Alex Cox, give this a shot.
Yeah, I like Alex Cox. I tried watching Repo Chick. I couldn't. I finished it, but I couldn't get into it. It was just.
That's why I'm calling him the new one. I'm just like,
Yeah, right.
He doesn't really have it anymore. It's lost the touch.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move to my number 9, which I'm sure is probably higher up on someone else's list here. It was a fight for me to decide whether this or Monster Calls would be number 9, but I finally decided Fences was my number 9.
It's higher on mine.
Okay. And we'll move on then. Zach, what is yours?
The Witch.
Ah, that's higher on mine. So.
Okay, so we move on to Hawk for number 8.
Number 8, this is almost assuredly higher on someone's list, Sing Street.
That's higher on mine. So.
All right, moving along.
All right, Billy, on your number 8.
8 is Kubo in the 2 Strings. Is that higher on anyone else's list?
Let's get into it.
Kubo has a weird backstory, if you ask me. Like it's basically the backstory of Laika, which is like the guy that owns Nike's son got into animation and then headed Laika, which used to be Will Vinton's studio. Mm-hmm. And Kubo was like his passion project. It was the movie he wanted to make, the story he wanted to tell. And honestly, as a story, it's a fucking video game.
Yeah, it's a very standard hero's journey plot with a little bit of a twist at the end that I really liked. But
the amount, the twist at the end was good. Even though I saw it coming from so far away.
It's telegraphed. Hero's Journey twists are not.
I wonder how this would play to kids, because I've never seen a kid's reaction to this, and I'm sure maybe the twists aren't so obvious to a child.
Where Kubo excelled for me was visually. It is it did not surprise me at all that this movie got an Oscar nomination, not just in the animation category, but also in the category for special effects.
Laika's going to get another snub for Best Animated Feature, which this one, I don't know if they've... How would you say as far as effort? Like, the amount of effort that went into this animation is ridiculous.
I mean, the skeleton's like fucking 16 feet tall, right?
Yeah, the amount of work they put into this is just astonishing.
Laika spends, on average, something like 4 years on each individual movie. That is just a huge amount of effort, and every single shot. I think it's something like for just like a minute of footage takes something like a month and a half to complete.
Yeah.
Just
actually one of my wife's friends that was an English teacher in Korea worked at Laika after Korea. But
oh yeah,
I got to talk to him this summer. Yeah,
the Academy is never going to correct their mistake unless Laika does make something that transcends. Because honestly, Paranorman should have won over Brave. Fucking
absolutely.
Brave. What? Bullshit. And the year Box Trolls came out, I thought maybe they'd give a surprise Box Trolls just to be like, all right, we're sorry that we didn't give Paranorman the Oscar.
Another thing Kubo has going for it is the soundtrack. I love the music in the movie.
Yeah, and the whole, I wanted to call it a sitar. It's a shamisen, his instrument that he plays in the film. Like, they do so much cool shit with that. They do so much cool shit with the origami fighters in the beginning. Like, this was a cool movie. It's just that, like I said, the story is a fucking video game.
Right. The story. Here's the thing. I wouldn't demean it that much. It's a solid.
I don't think that's an insulting thing to say. I'm just saying, like, the structure of the.
It's a solid enough story that's just ultimately probably the weakest element of the film, because it doesn't aspire to the grand stakes that everything else in the film it holds it up against.
They craft some very memorable characters, some very memorable designs. The little flaps of paper on the monkey, what it took to animate that just blows my fucking mind every time I see it. I'm just like, God.
And the voice performances are all very solid, really. And I was particularly impressed by Matthew McConaughey's performance.
He's borderline unrecognizable.
To be honest, I didn't know it was Matthew McConaughey until the credits rolled, and I was shocked to find out that was him. And McConaughey's a recognizable dude, so that takes a lot. Rooney Mara also as the three sisters who are just like creepy as shit.
Yeah, their designs were great. Yeah, their designs were great. Perfect. Like, again, perfect video game boss material. It does bother me that they advertised in a big way that George Takei had a voice in the movie, and then the movie appears and he has like one line. The marketing department should be. I didn't see this advertising for it personally.
Oh, it was openly advertised as and George Takei, and I was like, ooh, so he'll have a nice role. Nah, not really. It's just he says a couple things, and in fact, one of the things he says is "Oh my." It's like,
oh my.
Kubo is as a character he's on paper is generic. The kid that voices him gives him enough kind of charisma and personality, I feel like, to sort of differentiate him. He's basically an avatar for children to watch the movie and say, yeah, I'm Kubo.
So yeah, I think it's a thoroughly enjoyable film, and we'll go ahead and move to the next number 8. Bill A., what is your number 8?
My number 8 is Elvis and Nixon.
Ooh. Also a runner-up on me. So.
Oh, okay, good. This isn't higher up on anyone else's. No, I guess not. But
No, I want to see it though.
okay, what's on Amazon Prime?
I want to see it too. Michael Shannon plays Elvis in this, doesn't he?
Michael Shannon plays Elvis, and Kevin Spacey plays Nixon.
Yes.
This movie is a speculation as to what happened when Elvis and Nixon met at the White House. It's a comedy, very much so. Kind of a comedy of the, which is born out of history because it's a very funny photograph. Elvis meeting Nixon. You know, it's just.
And there are
the
movie, the actual facts that we know about the meeting. The movie details very specifically. It
does.
It goes off. The only time it goes off on a complete tangent is in the scenes where Elvis is on his own and the scene where the doors actually close on the Oval Office. Because to this day, no one really knows what went on in those closed. There
was a TV movie of this.
There was.
I don't know. Yeah, and I saw it like flipping through cable one day. I didn't sit down and watch the whole thing, but when you see a title like that, you have to say, "What the fuck?" And you click on it, and this basically seems like the larger budget version of that.
It's not even
I
that
saw
much.
Of that TV movie.
It's not even that much larger budget. I mean, I don't know what the official budget is. I'm sure Ken's probably pulled it up by now.
Kevin Spacey probably required a few ducats.
It's what?
$4 million.
Okay, so this was a very small budget movie. But Kevin Spacey, this, to say the least, this is a better version of Nixon than in Lee Daniels' The Butler, which was John Cusack.
Yeah, that was
basically John Cusack with an accent. Kevin Spacey here plays a real dick. And that's not like a pun or a reference to the other Nixon movie, Dick. He really is playing a dick here. Mm-hmm. And you get this. Michael Shannon's Elvis is he's very lonely. He's very almost tragic in a lot of ways. He's got this conservative mindset where he really does he genuinely wants to meet Nixon to talk about the problems in America that he sees in America, specifically like the Black Panthers and the hippies and stuff like that, the anti-war sentiment.
They push the irony of his anti-drug stance against his need to take so many prescription drugs.
Right, that's another thing that they do get into a little bit, but it's a very funny movie. I mean, he goes from hand delivering a letter to the guards in front of the White House to meeting the president over a course of a matter of hours. And the meeting itself is almost magical in some ways because it's just this bouncing of ideologies, but then there's this empathy that both characters, both people eventually find in each other. There's this like connection they kind of have. Like they're both ultimately very lonely and maybe even a little pathetic.
Yes.
People. And more so with Nixon than with Elvis. I think Elvis has a little more confidence in him than Nixon. Nixon's much more insecure, but they're both pathetic in their own ways, and they kind of, find comfort in their meeting. It starts off very rocky, though. Nixon just wants an autograph for his kids, but Elvis eventually coaxes out of him some genuine feeling, and that was really nice. This was directed by Lisa Johnson of Hate Ship, Love Ship. She does a fantastic job of kind of corralling all these two, well, not all, but these two big actors together, these two big personalities into this really wonderful little movie that is about the performances for the most part. That's, I think, the hook is, it's Michael Shannon as Elvis and it's Kevin Spacey as Nixon. That's pretty cool. And it ends up being a little more than that, too. It's also this nice little slice of time that kind of, in this meeting that kind of represents that time, for better or for worse. It's kind of this little capsule of where we were at in the 70s. And somehow the absurdity of such of a meeting summed it all up. It's a very... ahead.
would you say that this film balances out Kevin Spacey for the year after being in 9 Lives?
Well, I mean, of course, 9 Lives is the better Kevin Spacey film, but I don't know about that. I didn't see 9 Lives, but does it balance it out? Does it make it is it more of like an apology for that movie, or is it whatever? I mean, I don't know. I can't say. I didn't see 9
How
Lives.
did Barry Sonnenfeld do it?
Yeah, I can certify that Elvis V. Nixon is.
Money.
Was it whoever Elvis V. Nixon, whoever Wins We Lose? That is a better film than that is a better film than 9 Lives.
All right, so
I'll put my stamp on that.
My number 8 film was The Vavitch. Did anyone else have The Vavitch higher up?
Well, Zach had it earlier, but yours is the highest.
All right, let's jump into it then. First of all, I'm just going to say this straight up, that this movie was directed by Robert Eggers and written by Robert Eggers, and this movie was his first film.
Okay.
And this feels like the kind of film that a director would make about 5 or 6 films into their career when they are completely self-assured of a style. And I am completely just shocked at how comfortable this movie feels as like
there is an undeniable confidence in the direction.
I liked the dialogue.
Absolutely. I actually pulled up quotes from IMDb in this movie just because this movie writes itself very heavily into, and Eggers did a lot of research into the cadence of how people spoke in those days. The opening lines of the film: "What went we out into this wilderness to find? Leaving our country, kindred, our fathers' houses. We have traveled a vast ocean. For what?"
Whereas a less confident director would be like, "Oh, let's go out into the wilderness and catch some deer." Or some other like Hollywood's go-to fucking
let's catch some
British
deer.
accent.
Yes,
That's
and of course, my favorite line in the entire film. I honestly, the first time I saw the film, I laughed at the line, and then the second time I saw it, it creeped me out so much.
Was it the line about looking at his sister's breasts?
It's when Black Phillip finally makes his appearance in the flesh, so to speak, and he makes the suggestion to Tomlinson: "Wouldst thou like to live
in the fur?" As opposed to in the flesh, in the fur.
There's something about it, "Wouldst thou like the taste of butter?" It's like, what the fuck are you going on about?
It's like, oh god, especially if you remember Bertolucci's famous butter sequence.
Oh god. Yeah, in that context, holy shit.
Yeah,
like the taste of butter. Get me the butter.
The taste of butter in the butt. So, The Witch is. Just first of all, we've spoken about the dialogue. Visually, this movie is just. Has anyone seen a more just utterly depressing looking movie than this?
It's bleak, and it only is made more effective by the soundtrack.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I got a headache watching this movie because of the soundtrack and because of the cinematography. It felt like there was a heavy fog outside. And you know that feeling when the atmosphere kind of changes and it's about to rain? You get a headache a little bit?
Even when it's supposed to be sunny out, it's just dank and overcast.
Yeah, that's what it felt like for me. Definitely.
And the movie goes in heavily into these themes of how the father is depicted as this deeply devout person who he takes his family away from
civilization,
from the community into civilization, because he has what is kind of they insinuate he has some very specific departures that he takes from the scripture than the rest of the society he lives within, and it's enough for them to be offended by it and kick them out. And there's this hard-headedness to him where throughout it ends up being sort of his undoing. because
course, yeah.
he's trying to he brings up this airs of him being superior in so many ways, and
He's Donald Trump.
right, but the film peels away these layers piece by piece, where you discover that he, for instance, sold his wife's silver cup in order to pay for some basic necessities for them, and blames it on one of his children, and things like that. And
Not the creepy twins. He wouldn't dare piss off the creepy twins.
yes. By the way, this is also a movie that handles child actors absolutely brilliantly. I don't know if I've seen a movie with so many child actors in it, all of whom are flawless in their performance.
They did a great job, and that's really difficult for a child to take on is an acting performance, and to express well enough, and specifically subtly. And in this movie, they kind of had to do both. They had to really throw it out there, but also, keep things on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of child actors go the Disney route, and they just scream all their lines.
Exactly. It's really just a fascinating movie in every which way. So
And there's so many creepy themes in this movie too. Like it's not just like about a literal witch or even a coven. It's really more about the family and how these unfortunate circumstances, like you said, provides their undoing.
Oh yeah,
The mother is afraid that the main daughter is going to take over as being the main woman in the household. So
Yeah.
she's got that fear in her. The son wants to live up to what he sees the father being. Plus,
and the son lusts over his sister.
because there aren't any other women around. So that's
Exactly.
one.
Well, that's
But still, that's
you
there.
grow up that way.
It's a weird way of growing up, and he probably even feels shame for it.
Exactly. Well, that's what they hint at heavily, that he doesn't, anyway.
He
So
feels guilty about that. Yeah, he doesn't want, because they're a religious family, so he's like, ooh, but he can't help, because he's a growing boy, he's looking at that shit, But
not to mention the gruesome ass gore that this movie gets into in very small doses, but when it hits you, it is brutal.
And the use of nature too, the animals and the environment.
You've never
like
seen
we
it.
mentioned.
The only time I've seen a more menacing rabbit was in Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah. He's got teeth and claws.
Big punt.
Oh,
Okay.
come on.
All right. So, Zach, what is your number 8?
Yeah, don't really have anything much to add to The Witch, which was my number 9. I think y'all pretty much covered it. Number 8, The Nice Guys.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody have it higher?
No, that was my number 9. So
Okay.
Little lower.
Is
Okay.
there a more fun screenwriter today than Shane Black?
did Bill Leon just say it's lower on his list?
No. I said it was lower on your list. I was doing something silly. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was trying to coin a catchphrase.
Answer your question, Zach. I think
Yeah.
Shane Black is one of the best action screenwriters of all time.
Yeah.
And
More
very
consistently
witty.
enjoyable.
absolutely. And as a director in particular.
He's really come a long way in that.
wow. What was that movie he did with Val Kilmer and
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which I've heard.
Bang.
I've heard.
Really
I've-
love that movie.
Yes, I need to see that. I had the opportunity to see it when it came out, and I didn't. And I just
Have you not seen it?
Now,
I haven't seen it. No.
Now, as a
Kiss
writer-
Bang Bang is amazing.
as a writer,
Okay.
being fair, Shane Black, his entire career has been based around a very simple premise, which is take a couple of characters who are from diverse backgrounds who do not like each other and force them to work with each other. That holds true for Lethal Weapon, The Monster Squad, Lethal Weapon 2,
Yeah.
The Last Boy Scout, Last Action Hero, The Long Kiss Goodnight. Every
Iron
movie of
Man
his
3
does
to an
this.
extent, maybe. Yeah.
But guess what? It's a formula that works every fucking time he does it.
No, he's perfected a formula. Maybe he didn't
That's really the
invent the
basis
buddy
of
cop film,
Yeah.
but he sure
made
as
it
fuck
perfect.
perfected it.
Lethal Weapon is
Yeah.
that and Lethal Weapon 2 are the perfection of that as a concept.
Yeah. And for me, the
Clearly-
nice guys.
Clearly, you've never watched Partners. The
Probably good on
the,
that.
the infamous gay panic movie.
Yeah.
It-
So
Just
like,
John, with starring the late John Hurt.
then there's Dead
Oh.
Heat, in which actually, while he didn't write it, Shane Black
Joe
appears
Piscopo
in it
yeah.
with Treat Williams and Joe Piscopo.
that's different.
But,
That's a little different
but when Treat
situation.
Williams dies and becomes a zombie detective.
Yeah, Shane Black has a cameo in it. And by the way, the writer of Dead Heat is named Terry Black. I wonder if he's related to Shane Black in some way. That would be interesting.
They're a fairly common last name.
Yeah,
I guess pretty much.
Well, Shane Black appears in the movie, so that's why I was curious. Anyway.
So the nice guys. What did you like about it?
Yep.
Oh, your phone.
Yeah, phone. I'll hit him back later. But yeah, I mean, essentially, the nice guys is Shane Black perfected, in my opinion. Action comedy at its finest. Just entertaining from minute one to minute wherever it ended. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a
Great
it's a
performances
really
by
entertaining
Gosling and Crowe.
I think the
Yeah, exactly.
the best part for me was Ryan Gosling, who had such a crazy energy. Like his girly scream was one of the funniest things about the movie.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. Yeah. I think I called 20th Century Women. I didn't laugh more in a film, but that's not true at all. I wasn't thinking very hard. The Nice Guys was the movie I laughed the most.
The only thing that I wish they would have changed about it is that guy who he got brutalized a bit, the villain that got brutalized a bit, and then had the paint bomb go off in his face. I wish they kept. You guys all watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
Yo,
You know Rickety Cricket?
Yeah.
Rickety, yes, I know Rickety Cricket.
Rickety Cricket, every time you see him, he is in a further state of just misery and
Of course.
and just
Decline.
physical decline. I wish they would have kept that same kind of joke for this guy. Like, he gets killed about halfway through the movie. Like, I wish, like, each time you see him, he is more injured until finally he gets killed at the end or something. Because I feel like that was the running joke they were going for.
I do find it
That is
interesting
true.
that kind of set him up to be like the primary villainish kind of character that you're looking at in that stage of the film, and then they just kind of get rid of him. This movie has no bones about just he's dead.
Just ganking people. Oh yeah, the daughter's really good too. The first time actress, like 13-year-old actress, that's playing Ryan Gosling's daughter. She's hilarious.
She held her own against the two of the Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe, two of the biggest ego actors out there, and
that's another Shane Black, calling card is the spunky kid, but she might be the best one he's had.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, definitely outacts that Last Action Hero. So
yeah, true.
Which I don't mind the movie. But yeah, still.
You want the farm? Here's a couple of acres.
Yeah.
To this day, I don't get that joke. I don't know what the fuck was going in his head when he wrote it. Like, I don't know. Bullshit.
I mean, you get the joke, but you don't get how it was conceived.
The acres is the height that he kicked him up into the air. I don't get it. What is the joke?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to define. I mean, the assumption is you know what? I'm not even going to analyze it. We're going to move on, and we're now down to the number 7 spot. All right, Hawk, your number 7.
My number 7 was Hunt for the Wilder People.
So was mine. So
nice.
what we'll do is, does anyone else have it higher?
Yes.
All right, we'll
one higher.
We'll get to that
two.
later then.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it. I wanted to watch it.
Bill Leon.
Number 7. Civil War, Captain America. Fuck yeah. This film was it came out in May, right? So like it's I don't really consider May releases summer blockbusters. I know that they're considered like, especially the Marvel movies, that's considered the start of the summer blockbuster season. But I don't. In my opinion, that shit starts in the summer in June. So this movie, again, this movie opened up the summer blockbuster season really strong, and then Magnificent Seven ended it very strong. Everything in the middle was pretty trash. This movie delivered. Like,
Having rewatched it recently, I'll throw in there, since you're pausing a little. It holds up for me very well on reviewing. It has a very solid build to it. I love the concept of the villain character. Some people shoot down the villain.
I had a problem. I was very vocal about how I didn't like him when I first watched it.
Here's what I like about the villain.
I will say this though. Wait, before you say what you're going to say, let me throw in a negative, which is that these kind of characters are becoming a little more common in stories. You know, with especially blockbuster films. It's always like someone that's weaker than the hero, that's kind of using blackmail or hacking or something more cerebral to take them down.
In this case, what Daniel Bruhl's character does is he straight up simply outthinks them. He knows that by turning them against each other, he doesn't have to use 1 ounce of his own physical strength, and because he's out for straight up revenge, he does not give a fuck what happens to him. And that's what's interesting. So it's really, in many ways, he's closer to like the fear that a lot of people have of, you know, those terrorists who are willing to strap a bomb to themselves and blow themselves up. In fact, this movie begins with a major villain character blowing himself up. So you could actually argue there's a theme in here of villains who do not care for their own self-preservation, and that inherently makes them that much more frightening, because who knows what they can do.
They kept Zemo alive too, which I liked.
Right, they set it up.
He tried to kill himself, by the way. That's another, connection right there.
One of the things I think this movie did right is that basically I feel like Avengers: Age of Ultron was a fun movie. It had fun things in it, but it didn't really impact the greater Marvel universe as much as an Avengers movie should.
We finally got an Avengers sequel, is what I will argue.
This film came along and not only impacted the universe and where it's going from here, but it provided that fucking airport scene. All right, so I'm just going to cut to the fucking chase here. 90% of why I put this movie on my list is that fucking airport scene, because Jesus Christ, like,
fan service sequence.
It is, but you loved it.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
I loved it. It's also, from a dramatic perspective, it's calculated to satisfy comic book geeks and fans of. But it's a damn fun action sequence.
I actually
prefer.
That was a fun sequence, but I prefer the Russo's directorial style to the grittier side of the action, like the fight scene in the hotel, or the
opening fight sequence.
The opening fighting scene was like, there's such this movie has so much fucking action. Like, when I rewatched it again a couple of weeks ago, like it is almost wall to wall action sequences.
And
I think my preferred fight sequence or battle is the final one between Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Iron Man, simply because of its dramatic weight.
Yeah, like I have a lot of friends who argue that when they go into the facility and all the other Winter Soldiers have been shot dead, they're like, that would have been awesome if it was a fight with all the Winter Soldiers. Like, no, but that completely negates, if that happened, that would have completely negated the dramatic weight of this conflict, which is very personal in nature.
And it enhances Zemo as a frightening character, because he's not looking to be a supervillain and destroy the world. He wants to destroy superheroes, period.
Yeah, he doesn't even want an army of superpowered characters. He wants to see this united team fall apart.
Mm-hmm. Very much like Peter Dinklage's character in Days of Future Past should have been, but they fucked that over.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you in any way on that. This film, surprising amount of depth. Arguably, not arguably, I'm going to take that because I honestly think Winter Soldier might be better structurally and better.
It remains my favorite of the Marvel films.
In a few ways, yeah, because like fucking Winter Soldier is this weird action movie fueled by like conspiracy theories that end up being true, and you unravel information, you learn about fucking Nazi brains and computers. Like, I love this shit out of Winter Soldier.
Ken, you said Winter Soldier was your favorite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine too.
Winter Soldier might be my favorite as well. I really like the first Avengers a lot, but I feel like a lot of where Age of Ultron dropped the ball, Civil War picks it up, makes the story more present, and makes it, again, more impactful to the overall cinematic universe that we're working from here.
And it does the impossible. It made Avengers of Age of Ultron, like that ending battle, have stakes to it.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're absolutely right, because part of the reason that Ross comes in, basically retcon, it's the opposite of retcon.
They retcon purpose into that movie.
Retcon, in my opinion, retcon would mean you're throwing away continuity.
Well, what they're doing is they're saying
they're making the continuity better. They're giving it more context to make it better.
Retroactively, though.
It's kind of becoming a tradition / cliche for me to put Marvel movies on my top 10. I cut Doctor Strange from the top 10, which I enjoyed a lot, but this movie, again, just affected the overall cinematic. Who's laughing? Who's having a chuckle at my expense right now?
I'm excited to rewatch Doctor Strange, because when I saw Doctor Strange, it was in IMAX 3D, and that blew my fucking mind in that format. Like, the mirror world sequence was absolutely brain melting.
Doctor Strange was a great movie to introduce a new big player into that cinematic universe. Captain America Civil War came along and, again, changed the entire tide of the cinematic universe.
Well, that's why I'm curious to rewatch the movie. Like, I'll watch it at home and get high and watch it on my TV and see if anything changed for me. But I think,
for interest of time, guys, I do want to cut the Doctor Strange talk a little bit.
I know. Let me finish this thought, though. I have a sentence left. I agree with you, Bill, that this was a greater had a greater stake in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Doctor Strange was a great first issue. Civil War was like...
Fuck you, Ken.
No. Oh, no, I said a sentence. Excuse me.
No,
you're making this longer than it needs to be.
7.
What's your number 7, Bill?
My number 7.
Marvel's still great.
Marvel's still great. My number 7 is the documentary Wiener, about Anthony Weiner's race for mayor of New York City.
Okay.
This documentary, I mean, this is literally like fly on the wall of watching a person completely melt away. Self-destruct, basically. It starts off like Anthony Weiner's the voice of the people, and then news footage starts rolling out of his penis shot. Yeah,
of Anthony's wiener
that he accidentally tweeted, and then the comment.
Tony's wieners.
Exactly.
He accidentally tweeted. He accidentally tweeted it to everyone.
Right.
One person.
He probably meant to DM it to someone, but I think it ended up blowing up and everything. And he just couldn't walk it back. It was something that it's out there, always going to be out there. Your career is essentially ruined.
Maybe if he owned it. Maybe if he just straight up said, "That's right, that's how I roll."
Yeah, he first started denying it. Like, I can't confirm that's my penis or that's someone else's penis. I don't have all the facts yet.
I don't know which of those would be more worrying.
It's yes or no. It's not in between, But that's what he said. He basically did the Bill. He didn't even do the Bill Clinton. He did the Anthony Weiner, which was not deny or confirm.
So why did you like this movie so much?
He gave it the ambiguous answer. I loved it because of a few reasons. Number one, this is excellent documentary filmmaking. which I feel documentary filmmaking is a little difficult to, what's the right word, construct, to craft. It's very serendipitous. You know, you kind of have to be there for a moment. You can't just,
Right.
unless you're Werner Herzog, you can't just completely conceive and craft a moment to happen to get it, unless you're getting at a higher truth. Which
Eva DuVernay said about making a documentary that as a documentary filmmaker, you can't focus too much on what you want it to be. You have to let it be what it wants to become.
It very much has to unfold itself, and that's a problem with a lot of documentaries. Is some documentaries end before the actual drama happens, you know, in that person's life. Yeah, exactly. Or so documentaries take time. You got to stay with your subject for a couple of years or months or however long you need.
If you're following Anthony Weiner and waiting for him to blow up, not that long.
Exactly. And this movie is about his career is essentially over in this what was it, the Senate or just Congress, but he comes back to run for mayor, and it starts off kind of well. People have kind of forgiven him in the area, and they're like, we're willing to vote for you. He's like, I want to talk about healthcare. I want to talk about civil rights. I want to talk about this and that. And then all of a sudden, another controversy comes up, another dick pic that he sent to someone else.
And sexting.
Sexting with someone. And so basically we get a behind the scenes look at his campaign for mayor. We get to see the inner workings of his little office that he sets up with his volunteers. We get to see them all freaking out when the controversies keep adding up. We see him in his apartment, you know, like not knowing what the fuck to do. We see his wife basically stress eating the entire movie. She's constantly eating pizza or something just to kind of get her mind off of the fact that her husband's kind of a perv.
Right.
You know,
that's kind of sad.
It's very sad.
Yeah. Well, what's extra sad for everyone is said wife is Huma Abedin, who was one of Hillary Clinton's biggest aides.
Yeah, and they recently she recently separated from Anthony because another scandal was coming out. This time involving a minor.
Oh, it just keeps rolling.
It just keeps rolling. Anthony.
As some people know, Anthony Weiner actually got the whole Hillary Clinton emails thing opened up, the weekend before the election.
Right.
So literally, he might have fucked us all.
Anthony Weiner fucks America. That's the name of my upcoming documentary.
Strong words from Zach Jeremiah.
I would stylize it Anthony's Weiner fucks America.
That's what I was going to say. Wiener's a good title, but what do you think of like an unfortunate revelation? How about that for a title?
No, Wiener's the better title. I mean, that's the obvious. You know,
it's
the
dead on.
conclusion you have to get to.
It's his name. It's his dick. And he's just a wiener.
He's just a wiener, ultimately.
And he's almost a winner, but actually he's a wiener.
It's almost too perfect.
It's almost too perfect. That's the brilliance of this documentary, is that everything just kind of came together, and that's what it is, you know?
It's like, am I living in a fucking Matrix? Like, what's going on right now?
There's this wonderful moment in the climax where he's watching basically his career end even further. And the documentary asks him, why did you let us film this?
Define climax.
And he doesn't
Wiener's
have
climax.
an answer.
Oh my God! We're talking about fucking
ejaculation.
Yes, we're talking about fucking.
Y'all said it, not me.
Which is not something Wiener ever actually does. He just really loves to send pictures of his dick.
And to talk sex.
It's not even really his dick. It's just his dick.
Raise your hand if you're not guilty of that. Well, I guess, some.
I'm not guilty of it. I've never done it.
One of us
I've
is.
never sent a picture of my dick.
Yeah. I'm much too old for that shit.
Are you sure, Zach? Actually, Zach, I would suspect, would be the one most likely to be guilty of it.
Yeah.
Dick pic is the.
Pictures of my dick have circulated, but I never sent them.
Okay, I'm just saying that because often you have pictures of yourself without your shirt on. That's.
Not even.
That's also true.
First of all, Zach.
That's awesome.
First of all, Zach, I want to see the naked American flag pictures come back. That's a great series. That needs to continue. Every landmark you ever go to, you need to take a fucking naked American flag picture because they're fantastic.
Well, I mean, the world's biggest truck stop in Iowa seemed like the appropriate place, and maybe it said everything I needed to say.
That's my favorite
about my
picture.
ass and the American flag.
Now, Zach, you just returned from Finland, so I think you should have in the coldest part of the Arctic Circle. You should have had a picture of yourself draped with.
I mean, I've had mountaintop asses, but I didn't have an Arctic Circle ass yet. I guess it has been a while. Maybe I have to dig it back up.
So Wiener is
Wiener.
Is a winner.
Wiener's a winner.
Yes.
All right. So number 7, I had Hunt for the Wilder People also, but Zach said you had it lower.
Higher.
Higher. Much better. All right. So Hawk, what is your number 6?
Patterson.
What is Zach's number 7?
Yeah, I've got number 7. It's a little film called Demon.
Oh, 7. I'm sorry.
Demon?
Yeah, right. Demon. Yeah, good movie.
Demon. Yeah, it's. I made Ken watch it. He did it. It is a Polish horror film. It's actually called Dybbuk, which is like the
Jewish version,
spirit.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Well, I was going to say it's a movie about a Polish wedding.
Yep, it's a movie about a wedding, and it goes pretty wrong when it.
like to drink vodka, little fire, don't take your hand in marriage.
This movie is the second drunkest movie I've ever seen.
It's pretty drunk.
Second only to Wake in Fright, which is the Australian movie, literally that's all about drinking. This is the second drunkest
drinking and
way,
doing horrible things while drunk.
Yes.
Yeah, well, essentially, so in the film, he's actually building a house for him and his wife to live in, and he uncovers some bones. You're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
What?
He's refurbishing a home that once belonged to his to his wife to be's grandfather or something like that.
Something like that. And when you do the math of Poland and grandfathers, you arrive in the 1940s.
Yes, there's some
yeah, exactly. And in this wedding, he starts behaving very erratically, and a lot of people think it's just because he's hammered, because everyone's hammered. And you start to realize, no, there's something really wrong with this guy, and he's probably being possessed. And it kind of just takes it at face value from there, and it's just a harrowing fucking depiction of this, and then also a harrowing metaphor for, crimes of the past, and particularly that part of the world in that time period.
So at one point in the film, he's clearly possessed, and he starts spouting Yiddish. And so they find the town Jew, basically. They bring him in.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the guy translates, and he becomes convinced that this guy is possessed by a Dybbuk, the mythical Jewish demon. And in this case, the Dybbuk embodied within a girl who may have been murdered.
Disappeared.
They never explained exactly what happened.
Yeah, she disappeared. He was the girl he had a crush on when he was a young man, and she disappeared. And, connect the dots, bones, getting possessed.
And as his behavior becomes more and more crazy, the father-in-law is trying desperately to wrangle the party in and to keep the guests from being from catching on to what's happening. And there's a kind of comedic subplot involving the increasing length of increasing lengths that the father-in-law and the groomsmen go to conceal the demon possession from the rest
everything is totally fine. I mean, that's your metaphor, that's your subtext right there too, to a large extent. Is the point where you turn that blind eye to the extent possible, and the world, literally hell is descending upon you, around you. Mm-hmm. It's beautifully shot film, gorgeously shot. One thing that essentially every review will mention, but which I don't think is super cogent to this, but you can definitely read the film in this way. The director, a young man, killed himself after this film.
Yeah.
So
I think it's unfair to say that movie like the suicide has any bearing on the movie itself. I think.
I agree. A lot of reviewers chose to read it in that direction, but I agree with you.
To me, the movie is a very strong metaphor for the crimes of the past coming unburied, and very, very obviously within a Holocaust metaphor that is it's never telegraphed. It's hinted at very strongly, and I appreciated the subtlety with which it comes out, because by the end it's almost comical how just completely raw everything goes.
Yeah.
That's the thing. This movie, the one thing about that movie that really blew my mind, and it is a high runner-up for me, is that it transitions very quickly in between some really fucked up dark moments, some disturbing imagery, and then just moments of awkward humor that are you almost feel too uncomfortable to laugh. But upon a rewatch, I actually saw this twice now. I had to see whether it would hit my top 10. It gets kind of funnier with rewatching. I recommend watching this movie at least twice.
Give it another watch. But even on the strength of the one, it hit there. Yeah, it did it for me.
Okay, so now we go to the number 6 spot. Hawk, what is your number 6?
Patterson.
That's higher up on my list.
Oh wow. All right.
So Leon.
It's Deadpool, which I want to say this. Like, I feel like at any point that Sausage Party dropped the ball with satire, Deadpool doesn't drop the ball with satire. At least in the context of being faithful to its source material. Because I'm not even really a fan of the Deadpool comics, but I like Deadpool as a character. He's very silly. He's very quippy. He likes to break the fucking shit out of that fourth wall. Mm-hmm. And this movie is very faithful to that. Like, in fact, I would say, honestly, like, Deadpool gives Marvel Studios a run for their money in terms of how faithful they adapted a single character.
I just want to say that I rewatched Deadpool.
I've rewatched Deadpool several times, but what's your thoughts on it?
It did not hold up.
I look at it as excuse me. I look at it as a comedy film. I look at it as sort of pseudo action. Like, I don't know. Why didn't it hold up?
I rewatched it and it held up for me. So I'm interested. What didn't hold up for you?
I think part of what made Deadpool so entertaining the first time is like, what are they going to do next? Like, mm-hmm. what kind of next? What send up is going to be next on the list? Now, I don't want to say that I disliked it the second time. It's like the first time I thought it was really funny and really clever, and the second time I was like, you know what, this is funny, but it's. I
feel like there are certain elements to it that you absolutely cannot disagree with. For example, Ryan Reynolds and the fact that he has been sort of not only cast in this role once before, but prevented from being faithful to the original source material. The fact that he's able to just go all out in this, like, Ryan Reynolds is, he is Deadpool at this point. Like, we can't change that. Deadpool 2 might fucking suck because there's a lot of information coming out about the behind the scenes of Deadpool 2 that make me very wary. Its January release date makes me very wary, but that could change. And Deadpool 2, Tim Miller is the guy that directed Deadpool, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he's off. He's out. He's done. He doesn't want to do anything with this. And
well, it's not that he didn't want anything to do with it. It's that he and Ryan Reynolds had creative differences, so he stepped away.
Ryan Reynolds has been saying a lot of weird shit regarding Deadpool 2. Like, he wants to make Deadpool a polyamorous gay guy, which, again, is not outside of the original source material.
I mean, he does get pegged in the first film, so that's not outside of the pale.
Yeah. And again, like, that's part of why Deadpool made my list, is that it makes very bold decisions. It makes very bold decisions, and it sticks with those bold decisions.
Okay.
It's very proud of itself.
Oh yeah, and it's again, like, I think it's ultimately a little bit more satirical than Sausage Party was. I think Sausage Party aimed to be on that Deadpool level, but Deadpool is what it is, and it's just so wacky. It's so much like a Deadpool comic book that, for better or worse, like I just kept saying to myself, like, I'm not a fan of the source material, but I'm enjoying watching it portrayed on the big screen.
I think the biggest problem with the sequel to Deadpool is it's inevitably going to have a larger budget, and I think
the budgetary restrictions helped in this movie in a big way.
Yeah.
One of my favorite lines of the movie is when he comments about, like, oh, the X-Mansion's looking pretty empty. We couldn't afford those X-Men. You know what I mean?
That was funny.
Right,
Yeah.
and that they literally chose like two very, not the most popular
Well,
X-Men.
They're B-list heroes. Yeah.
Negasonic Teenage Warhead is named after a Monster Magnet song, so that nobody knows who the fuck that is. Colossus. I feel like film fans maybe know Colossus from X2. Was he in X3?
I think.
I think so.
He appears in X3, I think, in like one of those like cutaways. There's a lot of mutants who appear in X3 in cutaways for like one brief moment.
They were more faithful to Colossus as a character than they have ever been.
I was a big fan of him from the comics and from the animated series. So
yeah.
Okay, so Bill A., what is your number 6?
My number 6 is kind of a controversial pick because for a couple reasons. One, I saw it kind of late. Like, it wasn't late. Like, I mean, like, I saw it earlier this past month. It didn't. It is a 2016 release, but it's not. This is also controversial because it might not be considered a movie completely. Do you guys know what I might be getting at?
Just spit it out.
Beyonce's
you're
Lemonade.
talking about
Lemonade.
Beyonce's Lemonade. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
This.
I thought you were going with the people or the O.J. Simpson doc.
No, I would consider that a movie. That got nominated for documentary. So this is more like a visual
Massive movie. I thought that's where you're going with it.
Oh God, yeah, it's fucking 7-8 hours long, but it's deserved. I would say it's captivating.
So good. Tell us about Lemonade.
So Lemonade, okay. I did not watch it on HBO when it premiered. I don't have a Tidal subscription to Tidal, Tidal, which is Beyonce and Jay-Z's streaming service. So I can't get a copy that way. So I had to wait for it to kind of become available on demand, which it did through HBO Go. And only very shortly I was able to watch it. And it really blew me away with what it was, going after. It's Beyonce laying bare all these different problems that she's had in the past, or recent past even, with her marriage, which for the most part seems like okay. There hasn't been too many this movie made speculation out of her marriage a little bit, like issues that she may have had that were kept private. But she kind of lays them bare a little bit in very artistic and poetic ways. It also gets into a little bit like her family past, where she's heading in her future, being a woman, being a black woman specifically. There's a lot of that going on, and visually, because obviously this is a visual album, so it's got to be powerful in the music video sense. This movie brings it completely. There's a lot of New Orleans aesthetic in it. For example, she walks down some streets, and it's very reminiscent of downtown New Orleans in a way. Not necessarily the French Quarter, but it's got some of that architecture type. And excuse me, there's a lot of Southern Gothic qualities to it. There's a lot of cutaways to black and white sequences where you got I don't know if it's supposed to be slavery era or if it's just the old 1900s, but they cut to there and they do some cool stuff there. There's this brilliant mix of music and video that in my mind, I kind of related this movie a little bit to Birth of a Nation, the new Birth of a Nation with Nate Parker. Not necessarily because they're trying to do the same things, because they're not. This movie is much more personal. It's very much more like almost an autobiography of Beyonce in a way. But they are touching on very similar themes, and I felt Lemonade almost outdid Birth of a Nation in some ways, and in much more concise ways. It got to its goals very quickly, but very effectively. Whereas Birth of a Nation, you kind of have to watch the whole movie to kind of capture the entire essence and of what's going on. This was almost transformative for me. I was completely captivated and blown away by it when I watched it. And I don't know about getting the actual album, but I did love the music in it. So, if anyone out there wants to get the album, they will also get the movie along with it. Go for it. I think it would be a good buy or rental, whichever is the case. I know they kind of have a lockdown on this movie. So, and I don't even know if it's really considered a movie. A lot of critics are kind of like, should we put it on our list? Should we not put it on our list? I put it on the list not to be provocative, but because I genuinely felt it was one of the best hours, or a little more than an hour, than I had seen.
It is about an hour, and I looked it up, and I do not have the thing that some people have against the concept of TV movies, because technically this kind of premiered on TV with HBO. It's not TV, it's HBO.
It's HBO. There you go.
It's not HBO. It's just
a well-made movie. I don't care where it premieres. That's all. I mean, it's like one of my favorite movies that I've seen from this year premiered on Netflix. So, anyway, long story short, Lemonade, I will check out your recommendation. One more thing to say.
Yes, exactly. Go watch Lemonade. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to see this. And I'm not even. I gotta say, like, Beyonce as a whole has been super underwhelming to me. But I appreciate pop music. I especially appreciate pop artists that do something like this and go a lot deeper than it's expected of them.
What it sounds like to me is it sounds not unlike the ambition of like the Trapped in a Closet project, but perhaps with a more artistic eye to it.
I gotta say
that was campy.
Here's the thing about Trapped in the Closet that you might not realize is that the last installment of it that I saw that premiered on IFC television was incredibly self-aware. Like, at this point, R. Kelly knows that this shit is comedy, and he is playing to that. And it's actually,
I think he always did.
I agree with that to a certain extent. There's some wacky, goofy shit that happens in the first 3 installments. The installment he did for IFC was like, oh my God, it's self-aware. Like, I was legitimately taken aback by how legitimately funny it could be.
All right.
Yeah. Well, where Trapped in the Closet is campy, Lemonade is more autobiographical and technically
socially conscious, and Lemonade's good.
There's so many labels you can put on it. And it's got so many influences too from other filmmakers like
Terrence Malick, big time.
Big time, yeah.
I'm very interested to check this out. And again, especially because I've been such a detractor of Beyonce historically.
So did you see this, Zach?
Yeah, David Gordon Green, I would say, is a clear influence. The artsy side of David Gordon Green. Yeah, I saw it. It's good. It's worth a watch.
Not the sitter, Gordon Green?
Oh, boy.
Not the sitter.
The sitter that sat on the shelf?
The George Washington Gordon Green, who are the same person somehow.
All right, so my number 6 film was Green Room.
Ooh.
Now, this movie is, I take it's not higher on anyone else's list. I rewatched this movie, and I feel no need to defend it being so high on my list, because there's something about my sensibilities that plays into this movie perfectly. It opens up with a struggling, pretentious, in a lot of ways, punk rock band that knows that they're just as hardcore as it comes, but at the same time they're struggling financially and they're on the sticks. and they're driven to desperation to take a gig at a Nazi punk bar.
Yeah.
And when they get there, they play the gig, and the gig goes pretty smoothly until something happens that fucks everything up, and they can't leave. And what proceeds to happen is the most just intense build-up. I don't think there's a thriller this year with a more intense just sequence of events happening one after another of and this is where it hits my sensibilities, of high tension between characters who are inherently above, like, out of their pay grade. Even the characters who seem like they have it all together are utterly failing at doing their job correctly. And like Patrick Stewart, his character is a fuck up. You get a sense that he is he's the white supremacist that's just at that cusp where, like, the high level, the rich ones who live in mansions and don't, and they support the cause, but no one really knows, he's not at that level. He aspires to be.
Well, that's the thing. Like, when he gets them, the punk band, into the situation that he puts them in, he feels like, this is my chance.
Mm-hmm. Right.
This is my chance to become that asshole.
If I'm able to deal with the situation and clean it up just right, maybe I'll finally be accepted into that higher tier. And everyone in this, on both sides, utterly fails at their job, and until it becomes a comedy of errors while at the same time being completely fucking tense while doing it.
I will say, well, let me. Can I elaborate on this? I feel like anytime it's about to become funny, something comes in and says, "No, this isn't funny."
Exactly.
Like, and the movie just slaps you down. Like, no, don't laugh at this. This is intense as fuck right now.
Mm-hmm. and as a fan of as a fan of some elements of punk rock, I have to say, opening your set as a punk rock band at a Nazi punk bar with the Dead Kennedys song "Nazi Punks Fuck Off" was the most punk rock decision. And I enjoyed that. Patrick Stewart's performance, some people have said that they wish there could be more of him. I will say one more scene with him doing some business would have been nice, but his performance is so subtly perfect.
The less is more aspect makes him all the more intimidating when he does appear on screen.
Absolutely.
And like, the tension just fucking amps up whenever Patrick Stewart enters the film. Anton Yelchin, holy fucking shit. I know
it's so depressing that he died last year, and it was a tragedy, a goddamn tragedy.
This is the kind of movie that makes you realize, like, what a bright young talent we lost.
Exactly. I mean, because don't get me wrong, the Star Trek movies,
he's perfect for Chekhov, and he's having fun, and I'm sure that the casting, like, that's an ensemble film. You know what I mean?
And his character is inherently basically an impersonation of another actor. Bring a little bit to the table.
But he was great in Charlie Bartlett, right?
Right. He's good in everything.
But this is
good in The Darkest Hour.
Anton Yelchin is let's just take a minute here and just really appreciate the fact that Anton Yelchin, whoever the fuck made those cars, you got to be fired for your job. Like, you fucked up hardcore.
What they would do in China is
I think they're being sued. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they would do if this happened there.
Anton Yelchin, like, I honestly did not realize it until I watched Green Room, and I don't think I've seen him in a lead role before, and seeing him.
I'm sorry.
More or less, he's more or less in the lead role of this film, and he is so compelling, and so, like, everyone in his band sort of looks to him like, what are we gonna do? And he is like, I don't fucking know.
And this is a movie that you truly can't predict the next step of what's going to happen, because there's a scene where Yelchin gets fucked up in a really nasty way. When his arm gets chopped to pieces, that is one of the most grotesque bits of gore effects. And that I love good gore effects in a movie. I got so grossed out by it. I loved that. That was some effects guy out there deserves all of the Oscars for that scene.
I
was a
struggled
good-
with this film. Sorry, what were you going to say, Hawk?
Oh yeah, no, it's a good gore effect. I also like Ken and I talked about this, and I really enjoyed Green Room, but it didn't really suck me in like I think it did for you guys, and the ending didn't really do it for me, I guess.
The ending of the movie is that this movie jumped up on my list considerably based on the setup and payoff of one of my biggest laughs I've had in a movie theater, which was the at the beginning them talking about the Desert Island movies, and then that line at the end where it's like I figured out my Desert Island movie, and Imogen Poots just goes, "Tell someone who gives a fuck."
That's not the ending I'm talking about. I'm talking about the climax.
Oh, okay.
I think so. One of the things that bugged me is that this movie really pushes the gore effects. It's like, oh man, his arm and that guy's thing, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, 3 characters got killed by dogs.
The gore effects are there.
I think that's the thing. It uses gore effects brilliantly, and it doesn't go completely bonkers with it. And I think it would be disingenuous if they had like Patrick Stewart like beaten to death or something like that. I'm talking about the protagonist.
The way that the gore effects are played out and the stakes that it raise ends up downplaying the deaths of a couple of minor characters.
I feel like if the gore effects were amped up any higher than they were, or if the camera focused on them any more than they already did, it would cease to be a thriller. And it would be a gore film or a horror film. When I describe this film to people, I say it's a thriller because, again, there's a huge level of unpredictability. There's a huge level of intense characters going on. You're constantly on the edge of your seat watching this thing.
I have to say, and I'm going to close by giving the same line I've said a few times. When I heard Patrick Stewart interviewed about his appearance in this film, and like reading the script and how he couldn't go to bed that night, he had to turn all the lights on because he was so just. It put him in that position where he just it fucked him. It really did. And
bring me my teddy bear.
And I saw this movie side by side with a movie we'll be talking about probably later, Sing Street, and oddly enough,
that's a weird double feature.
It's a weird double feature, but they're both music movies in their own way.
Yeah, I can see that.
So it actually ended up working really brilliantly.
I can totally see that.
By the way, this is the one I saw second. I saw Sing Street, then this.
I describe this film to people as sort of an intense thriller, a hostage situation, and I always bring up the fact that it's got punk rock and it's got Nazis and
very researched Nazis. Apparently, they did a lot of like background looking into the rural neo-Nazi groups, like the whole thing of the red laces. It's apparently a very common thing, using the color of your shoelace to denote your rank within the organization, which is subtle and fucking crazy. Anyway, we'll go ahead and move on to Zach.
Where are we at? 6?
Number 6.
Hunt for the Wilder People.
Okay. All right.
Not any higher anywhere else. Okay.
It's wonderful.
Complete delight.
It's a complete delight.
Wonderful film.
One of the things that I love about it the most is that it takes a core situation that a different film would paint as a tragedy. He is an orphan. His foster handler is a total psycho. Mm-hmm. His foster mom dies, and then the whole country is out to get him and his foster father. And yet it comes together as a movie that just totally warms you right in your stomach.
Absolutely. Hunt for Wilder People is great.
It's like a less cerebral, more emotionally satisfying Wes Anderson film.
Yeah. And it's almost got kind of a quirk that feels less forced. Like, I love Wes Anderson, but
less
I wouldn't call the
considered. Forced. Yeah, I wouldn't use forced either, but I know where you're going with it. Kind of less planned or considered, really dioramaed out.
I always feel
like fussed over.
I love Wes Anderson, but I always feel like he is trying to meet personal quotas.
I would say Hunt for the Wilder People feels like it feels like an earlier, more effortless Wes Anderson.
Yes.
Where it's Taika Waititi is clearly very comfortable in his shoes doing this, and it doesn't feel like everything's been planned out on graph paper, and that is it has a refreshing effortless feel to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's funny too.
Hilarious. Taika, of course, steals the show in my opinion as the preacher in that funeral sequence.
Oh yeah.
I don't think there's a funnier single scene in a movie.
I think one of the funniest scenes for me was when they finally face off, the kid and his foster handler, and they have an argument over which of them is the Terminator and which of them is Sarah Connor, and which movie version of Sarah Connor the other one is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. It's just really dry, droll humor.
And I love the relationship between Sam Neill and the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like they fucking hate each other, and they come together kind of as friends, and then later on as begrudging friends, but still kind of have a respect for each other.
By the way, this movie
really cool.
This movie is totally Taika Waititi's quirky take on a Shane Black story.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two disparate individuals have to learn to work together, even though they kind of hate each other, and they go through a series of action sequences.
And he's that's the thing about Waititi. I mean, I think he would tell you that right off, that Shane Black was a direct influence. Mm-hmm. He's got quite a blender of influences, some higher brow, some more populist, and he really makes it work. The people that I've seen criticize this film have called it, an amalgam of a lot of other people's styles, and I don't really agree because I think it's seamless, but he definitely has...
As a writer,
one of them.
He has a distinct voice as a screenwriter, and I think that holds very strong because his film, the last movie he did was a mockumentary, and even though it's a completely different genre of film, it really has, like, the voice is distinctive. You can feel that same humor in both movies.
And that being said, Taika Waititi's next movie is the next Thor film, which is being touted.
Not writing though.
It's being touted as a Thor Hulk buddy movie, which I'm really excited to see. Having seen this and seen how he can really orchestrate a really great interplay between characters, that is going to be a really fun movie.
I hope so. Yeah,
it does seem like his style is kind of fluid and tailorable in a way that I think his voice will be preserved in other way, a way that other filmmakers not necessarily were within the Marvel universe.
Right. Well, I mean,
distinct voices walking in.
James Gunn.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I think this is the Thor film that seems to have the best chance of being a really great entry into the Marvel series.
I just like that Marvel slowly appears to be relaxing their grip on the franchise. Like, for the first 10 or so films, the movies have had kind of a distinct voice from the director, but that still feel like Marvel is really exercising their own creative control. But with Doctor Strange, Civil War, Guardians of the Galaxy, you really get the sense that Marvel's like, we want our directors to bring what they are good at to these movies. And,
while at the same time, they're keeping. They do have a set of instructions that those directors have to.
They do have a think tank that.
That's the thing. Well, I'll say this. I think I agreed with you, Hawk, until Edgar Wright got kicked off of Ant-Man.
But Ant-Man was so fucking fun.
I liked Ant-Man.
The final product, I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with the final product of Ant-Man. I just feel like if Edgar Wright had stayed on board with that film,
it would have been so much more fucking fun.
But I refuse to really make any sort of definitive statement on that movie before knowing the full story of what happened. Like you said, Edgar Wright was kicked. I heard he walked off. So
either way, I feel like the bottom line is that they were probably putting too many stipulations on, like, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to keep it within this type of story structure for this type of movie.
Let's see if we can get shirtless Thor in a cave there for a minute.
I gotta say, no, Taika Waititi directing Thor 3 is. I'm looking forward to that more than I am looking forward to Spider-Man, which I'm a huge Spider-Man fan.
Okay, so number
5
is alive. Hawk.
My number 5 was Moana.
All right, let's talk Moana.
Is that higher on your list?
I'm surprised. This was I picked this as a runner-up because we'll get into that later. But Moana was good. I liked Moana. I enjoyed it.
I did something a little bit different as kind of with this year for movies on my list. I wanted movies on my top 10 list that kind of made me feel something in a certain way, more than just movies like that was good and I liked how good it was.
Yeah,
Moana is a movie that I loved. Like, I can say without reservation that this is the best thing Disney has done in years.
I agree with that.
We're gonna get into arguments about that later.
How about
And
now?
it's better than Zootopia. It sure as hell's better than Frozen. I did not like Finding Dory. Like, it's just a really solid animated Disney movie. It's from the directors of Little Mermaid, and there's a scene that kind of harkens back to that movie. This is a film that actually, surprisingly, was not touted as a musical in the promotional stuff, but it is a musical, totally.
It kind of bothered me when, like, they clearly went out of their way to hide that it was a musical in the marketing campaign.
It indicated a lack of faith in people wanting to see a musical.
Right.
I was a big fan of Hamilton, at least the soundtrack. I haven't gotten to see Hamilton in person because, that's a hot ticket right there.
Yeah.
But finding out that Lin-Manuel Miranda worked on the music to this was a sigh of relief for me, because
I really, really hope that Where I'll Go wins the Oscar for Best Original Song, because that is a really good song.
How about this? What's it? You're Welcome was kind of snubbed, don't you think?
You're Welcome is awesome.
Well, You're Welcome is awesome.
This movie had a lot of great songs in it, so I think any song getting a nomination for that is good enough for me.
I think
it was
You're Welcome was
inevitable,
fun, but Where I Go was better as a song because of what it did for the movie.
It's the princess.
If we're going on strictly personal preference, I like Shiny. But so
is that the Jermaine Clement song?
Yes.
Yeah. That, despite the absence of Brett McKenzie's presence, good Lord, that was a Flight of the Conchords song. Like,
oh yeah, totally.
And he didn't write it, but it's totally within that voice, and it is the most spot-on David Bowie pastiche that I've heard in ages. And I'm a huge Bowie fan, so of course I loved that song.
Well, you gotta Flight of the Conchords did their Bowie tribute a few years ago on their TV show, and it's a fantastic Bowie tribute. It's a fantastic Bowie impression.
And by the way, Jermaine Clement also did that voice on the episode of Rick and Morty as the Cloud. And that song, the Cloud song, is also a great David Bowie.
The Cloud song is also super depressing.
Yes.
But Moana was so... I need to admit that when I first saw the trailer for Moana, I kind of scoffed at Disney making this movie. I was like, yeah, they're going to make a movie about, Pacific Islanders, and it's not going to be cultural... There's not going to be any sort of cultural respect at all. They're going to make a goofy movie about, like, look at these crazy people that live over there. But no, like, the directors of the movie actually went to all of these islands and really absorbed all the culture and incorporated it into this movie. And I really respect that. Everyone
who is a voice role in this movie is in one form or another a Pacific Islander, with the exception of Alan Tudyk, but he just... goes through street, so that's that doesn't count.
The movie is funny. I love that it basically features 3 core characters. I thought the artwork was incredible. There were definitely some Miyazaki shades to some of the artwork.
Yeah, for the ocean especially, the way the ocean behaves as a character. That's a Miyazaki.
I love that.
A nice little Ponyo tribute.
There was a lot that I enjoyed about this film, and again, like I am a fan of not only Disney animation studios, but their films that attempt to do stories like this, where it's very empowering to women or girls, young girls, however you want to fucking interpret it. This movie, like Moana. To be completely honest with you, I found a few problematic things as I watched, but it wasn't enough for me to like have an ultimate problem with it. It was just like, oh, this, she's a little similar to Belle here. She's a little similar to Ariel here. But it was never a point where that bothered me enough to be like, oh, Moana's fine. Moana is very inspired and works for what she is. And ultimately, I think makes a great protagonist for the movie.
Yeah, I mean, she was a very strong female protagonist. And one of the things that I also liked about this was one of the problems I had with Rogue One is at the end of Rogue One, what the fuck is her name? She has to get saved by...
Jyn Erso.
Yeah, he has to get saved by the male protagonist. Like,
by
I'm
the
going
way,
to get shot
totally
by the bad
died
guy.
earlier. So
Yeah, and she should have died earlier.
She didn't have to get saved. She was willing to just die right there if she had to, because her mission was accomplished.
Right, exactly.
It would have been a great fuck you moment if she straight up just like let the world burn before her right after finishing the mission.
Exactly. Whereas in Moana, Moana is facing off against this fire demon, and she. I hesitate to word it as she has to get saved by The Rock's character, but he came back to fulfill his role as his character.
Yeah,
Maui is his character.
It didn't feel like
Maui, yeah.
It didn't feel like him saving the day. It felt like him fulfilling his own destiny, which was said throughout the film.
And coming back to reestablish his partnership with Moana,
who ultimately is the person who saves the day.
Yes.
One thing I don't think we've brought up is just how goddamn charming Maui's tattoo is.
Yeah, he's got his own sentient tattoo that he fist bumps and argues with.
Oh, dude, yeah, that was a highlight, like an absolute highlight for me. Just on a comedic level, on a very silly, like Disney comedic partner type of level. But
yeah.
Oh man, like the 2D animation on that thing was great, and the way he interacted with it, and it just gave this depth to his character, because the whole idea behind his tattoos is they're supposed to mark his victories.
Yeah.
I
don't need to say. We don't need to dwell much longer on this, because we still got former movies.
I honestly debated with putting Moana on my best list because I liked it a lot. It's just I feel like, for me personally, the films that made my list I enjoyed more. I respect the shit out of Moana, and I think
and me personally, I love this film.
Yeah, and walking out of it at the end, like, it was a movie. I said this before. It was a movie where I walked out and I said that I just had a really fun 90 minutes or 100 minutes, and I am really, really happy right now.
Disney Animation Studios are surpassing Pixar at the moment.
Yes, I did not like Finding Dory. I thought Finding Dory was boring, and I thought it didn't really execute its message well at all.
With the exception of Inside Out. Inside Out is the one thing Pixar has done in the past.
I liked The Good Dinosaur. I think it.
I haven't seen it, and I have no opinion on it. I'm not going to judge it. I don't have anything bad to say about The Good Dinosaur. I just think, like, Pixar's become a little focused on sequels lately. You've got Cars 3 coming up, Incredibles 2 coming up. Disney Animation Studios.
Arguing with The Incredibles 2.
Disney Animation Studios is running on that late 80s, early 90s fuel right now, to where, like, we're not going to make a sequel to Big Hero 6. We're going to turn that into a TV show. Mm-hmm. Then those people can deal with, hopefully they'll do good things with that. I don't know if they will or not. But we're going to focus our efforts on original things. we're going to keep that going until we have to make Frozen 2 because Frozen made $1 bajillion. So like,
all right, we've been talking about this for a while, so we got to move on. Bill Leon, what is your number 5?
My number 5 is actually fucking very related to this. It's Zootopia.
Ah.
Really? Who has seen Zootopia? I know Ken has seen Zootopia.
I've seen it.
I've seen
You've
twice.
seen it. Bill, have you watched Zootopia?
No.
You watched Zootopia. I don't know if you're going to love it. I loved it. I think that it's...
I'm sure I will. It looks good.
It's a really good movie.
It's clever.
It's a film... Again, like, as much as I like Moana, Zootopia comes in with the hard metaphor. It's metaphor left and right in that movie.
Almost in a way that was kind of distracting.
I didn't get that any time that I've watched it, and I've watched it multiple times. I really love it, and I think that it definitely promotes. I feel like,
by the way, another movie on this list that borrows heavily from Shane Black.
From Shane Black. Oh, the buddy cop thing. Yeah, like that's
we got a trend going here.
Let me say this first and foremost. I want to say that Nick Wilde and Judy Hopps are just fully fleshed out characters. There's no, I don't feel like they're derivative of much. You know, maybe you could say they're derivative of a few genre cliches, but they're so depthful and enjoyable and well cast. Jason fucking Bateman has not been this good since Arrested Development, in my opinion.
I would agree to that. Yep. It's a really good performance. I love Zootopia quite a bit. I do personally put Moana a little bit ahead of it, but I can't argue with someone saying that I think it's down to preference.
The reason I think it's better than Zootopia again is because there was a lot of risk there. We're not doing the whole princess's journey story. We're doing something that is very reflective of real life.
Yeah. Talking about racism in the kids' movie.
Yeah.
Racism and governmental control. You know, and the lies that your leaders will tell you.
I absolutely adore Zootopia. I think it is. It's the movie that children of this era need, especially considering that Donald Trump is our fucking president now. I'm not going to go off on a political thing. I'm just saying, like, the theme of equality, like, that is really the underlying theme to Zootopia, is equality. Nobody in this world deserves more than you or whoever. Like, we're all equal. Like, and the way the world works. The way the world works might not reflect that. The government might try to keep you down because you're this or you're that, and society might try to keep you down because you're this or you're that. Zootopia comes along and says, no,
all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. That's
injustice, and we need to fight it. We need, like, I'm telling you, Zootopia is... Oh man, it is. I love it. I absolutely adore this film. I think, despite its problems, I know Ken and I had a historic argument about the nudist colony scene and the jokes.
I still maintain it's disingenuous to have a scene about nudity as a thing and not actually show nudity. I'm not. It just seems like it's a joke that would have belonged in a movie that was rated R or something like that.
What Ken is saying is that he really wanted to see some animated camel dick. And it didn't deliver.
If they had put that in the movie, it would have been a ballsy move. Literally.
Would have been number one. It's like Moana, I feel as if embodied the spirit of camel dick.
But Zootopia had elephant testicles. So automatic number one right there. I'm telling you.
Actually, by definition, it didn't. It showed elephant space where testicles should have been.
I know, which is, again, like, I can't even really defend.
I don't think this is the argument upon which the quality of the film hinges.
Oh
but,
no, it's
Yeah, no, that's not the theme
Yeah.
of the movie.
I mean,
The
I
theme
think-
of the movie.
I think we all
making
can.
comments about about nudity without showing. It's like
Yeah, it's implied. It's fine.
And-
They get it.
it's implied
They're
that they're
children's.
Hold up, because there's another
It boggles the mind. Is all. I'll
another
say.
layer on top of.
It's a movie about
my
talking animals,
personal-
Ken. All right. Anyway.
My personal defense is like, for example, Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde, that they could be romantic, but the finale to the film, the character moment between the two of them that the film ends on, is not a romantic thing. It's more just
probably
like
platonic.
they're friends. This fucking like, and I gotta say, like, I get so angry and frustrated by like the Tumblr generation, SJW sort of like we need to feel
I
this.
was
way,
about to
blah,
say,
blah.
if you wanted some Zootopia
Rah, rah,
camel
rah,
dick,
rah.
I'm sure you can find.
I hate.
Let me put it this way:
It
Zach.
exists.
It exists, and you run into it from time to time, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I 100%
Yeah.
despise that outlook of, as far as like people that
Let's
claim
sexualize
to
these
be-
things.
No. I'm not talking about furries. I'm talking about people that claim to be like, I'm for everyone, but I'm also super offended by this thing. And you know, like there's a lot of bullshit going on in the world right now. Zootopia rides that line successfully and
Yeah.
gets from start to finish without making you feel like anything is being shoved down your throat as far as a political message.
Yeah.
This
Movie,
yeah.
Gazelle song will be stuck in your head for the next week, and you won't be able to tear it out with a corkscrew.
Ew.
that
That might be
song's yeah, I know what song you're talking
Agreed.
about. That song's
Agree. That's
yeah,
not
I
the
don't
best.
like that song.
But I think we're all
The
kind of in
actual-
agreement that we're talking 1A and 1B here, and which one's which for us. Kind of comes down to personal preference. It sounds like we're about 50-50.
All
right,
Along those lines.
Which is again why I feel like that Kubo doesn't stand a chance against Zootopia for Best Picture, Best Animated Feature.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
There's almost everything up against Zootopia right now.
I
Doesn't
think
stand
Moana
a
has a solid fight against Zootopia. Zootopia is probably
We'll
the
see.
favorite, but I think Moana
chance.
has a chance.
They're
Although I
both
think we
going
can
to
all
Disney.
agree that Kubo got a Best Visual Effects nomination because everybody
Kubo!
knows it's not going to get Best Animated Feature.
So we're going to move
Kubo!
on because we're getting into Oscars, which we'll be talking about next week. So, Bill Arsenault,
Continue.
your number.
Yes. My number 5 might be higher up on y'all's list. It's The Greasy Strangler.
That's higher.
Stop
on
it.
All right, so we'll move on then. My number 5 is Loving.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Loving. It was a tough decision for me to decide where to put this movie, and I had to rewatch it. And it's a movie that really affected me in a very emotional way. First of all, I have to say, this year, I don't think I have seen a better single performance than Joel Edgerton's subtle-ass, brilliant turn as Richard Loving. It is beyond the pale that he didn't get an Oscar nod for his role. If you've seen any documentary footage of the actual actor, he hits every point on that perfectly without it feeling like an impersonation.
The actual actor?
The actual Richard Loving, the actual person.
The actual person, okay.
Yeah. It is he just disappeared into the role so much that you don't see him as anything other than the character he plays. The movie is so gorgeously filmed in a very subtle way that just enhances the inherent blue collar nature of its characters. I don't think I've ever seen rural Virginia filmed more beautifully than in this movie. In the simplest of ways, the performances all of them. I mean, Ruth Negga, Michael Shannon's only in one scene, and it's great. Nick Kroll brings a little bit of humor to the film in a wonderful scene as kind of a shyster lawyer. Who ended up being exactly the kind of, and that's the thing. Sometimes it's that kind of person that you need in order to solve your problem. And the biggest thing that impressed me about the film was it managed to depict a piece of history, of important constitutional history, without turning it into a courtroom drama. The courtroom aspect is not at all what's important about this film. What's important about this film is the relationship between Richard Loving and his wife. What's something else? Mildred Loving. And I just, as far as movies that I was invested with, this movie sold me from frame one to frame, to the final frame. And the music from David Wingo is perfect and in its subtlety. I'm not always a fan of subtle music in a film, but when it works brilliantly. I don't have a negative thing to say about it. I think this is the first film on my list this year that I'm saying is a film that I simply I can't come up with anything about it that I truly would mark as a negative.
I still want to watch that, but as of right now, it is only available on Netflix, or I'm sorry, on Amazon for purchase.
Yeah. Criminally underrated. This is a criminally underrated movie.
It's
From my understanding.
very good.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to buy it, but I want to rent it first before I buy it.
Yeah, no, understandable. The straight up buy to own to watch is a no.
You were about to say that you found Nick Kroll off-putting, or
Distracting. Yeah.
See, here's the thing.
Was he as sardonic as he is in like The League?
No, but that is the only register he really has, and I don't think he really
Here's
does
the thing.
a good job of
his
subsuming that or
I think it was a necessity
steering into the curb.
It was a necessity to have that character be as caricaturish as it appears, because to Richard and Mildred Loving, this is they see the world in a very specific way, and suddenly they're thrust into this larger canvas that they don't fully comprehend and never really care about to a major extent. They have their specific needs and wants, and it's that fish out of water aspect of it that it nails, which is if you meet someone who is in a completely different social strata than you, one way or another, you will at first interpret that in a very base level way. You won't see the
film never really tends to be from their biased point of view, though.
I think it's entirely their perspective. That's the entire premise of the movie, is that their perspective on life is depicted, because you have them shown through the entire film. The mere fact that it eschews the conventional narrative of the courtroom drama aspect, that the biggest moments of it are off screen, so to speak. It focuses on their personal moments. Now, you're right in that it's not directly told from their first-person perspective. You're right in that.
Yeah.
I would say thematically, though, it is the way they see the world that you're seeing, with the exception of the Michael Shannon sequence, which is very much through his own eyes. And that is actually interesting. In fact, come to think of it, when other characters intrude on their personal life, those sequences are very much from the perspective of the person looking in. When they go elsewhere, the perspective is very much what they're seeing and how they're interpreting the world around them. So we're getting a little deep into this. So I want to go ahead and then just say, see this fucking movie. And Zach, what is your number?
It's a good film. It's a good film. One that I suspect is higher on somebody else's, Moonlight.
Yes, it's higher up on mine.
Okay.
Which one?
Moonlight.
Moonlight.
So, Hawk, what is your number 4?
My number 4 was Arrival.
Higher up on
Alright.
anyone else's?
Nope.
All right. Start talking about Arrival.
sorry. I just wanted,
It's good.
I
liked
I
it.
loved the movie. I loved it. It was a runner-up for me.
Same here.
I didn't watch it.
Denis Villeneuve is such a great director to me. Like I have not. He has not made anything that I have not loved. Did I word that right? Yes.
Yeah, sure. It'll do.
He did. I think so.
Enemy. I was like, I had to pause for seconds. Like, did I just make a double negative?
Not really, but
Really
you
good.
were maybe redundant a little bit using
Enemy.
not twice.
Everything he's made, I have loved. How does that sound?
Okay.
Enemy was really great. Sicario was fantastic. I think. Sicario.
What was the other-
I think that was like my
he
number
did-
2 movie of last year.
He
or
did
whenever it was
Prisoners,
made.
right?
What?
Yeah, Prisoners. He did Prisoners.
He did Prisoners, which was really good. Arrival is an alien invasion movie that
Sort of.
was, like, I don't want to say alien invasion movie. It was an alien visitation movie that was less about the aliens coming to see us and more about how frightening situations can drive people apart. And this movie came out at such an opportune time with, again, I don't want to get into politics, but with the world divided more than it has been in decades, with everybody trying to figure out what's going on and nobody being willing to cooperate. And it was beautifully filmed. I liked the way it was written. I kind of liked the whole language barrier thing they were going for. And Ken, I know you didn't like the way that it ended with the ending revelation, but I thought that was a great way to cap off the film. With this huge reveal that they had, which I actually had to explain to one of my coworkers. She didn't get it, but she's 16, so
Well.
it's then I explained it. She's like, I don't get why you said everybody was
What? I don't get it.
No, she's not like that. She's actually really, really mature for her age, which is why she works with me.
Okay.
But
right.
she's like, I don't understand why you said everybody was getting so emotional at theater. And then I explained it to her. She's like, oh, wow, I got to go see it again now. But I don't. Everything about this movie really kind of just resonated with me. I mean,
I would agree with that.
Bill, I want you to play off me on this because I know you said you really liked it.
Yeah.
I thought
okay.
I thought the design of the aliens was good. Very minimalist in the design of the ships and the aliens.
Yeah, you didn't really get a full-blown look at that. I mean, a little bit, but it was mostly smoky in that room. So
Yeah.
and typically the humans were kept far enough away from the glass, or if that was glass, the separation, the barrier, that you didn't really get a whole picture of what the beings were. But that didn't really matter because the aliens didn't really matter. It wasn't so much. I mean, they mattered because they're the instigating incident, but they're not. It's like what you said before. The movie's not really about the aliens. The movie's about the humans. Just like the zombie movies aren't really about the zombies. They're not the main villains. The main villains are the people that have to work together to get out of the situation.
Yeah.
You know, and how they can't work with each other because some of them are assholes. In Arrival, the real Arrival, is like an arrival of the mind. You know what I mean? Like they get to another level than people do, and because of this scenario, they're kind of brought together and end up not launching nukes at one another. You know, which is always a good thing.
No, that's true. But
I mean, I didn't think about that for a second. There were situations.
I just liked how the movie illustrated how awful we are as human beings at cooperating with each other. Yeah. And I think it's something that we need to wake up to. but I don't know. It's hard to really articulate it. It's like this movie I thought really just cut right into me.
Well, let me ask you, how does the final, I guess you could say, revelation or twist at the end of the movie, how does that relate to the overall message of we're kind of awful people and we need to start working together?
It's not something that I've thought a whole lot about, honestly.
Because it's a good revelation. It's good in terms of the plot, but is it good in terms of the themes? The whole if I could do it all over again, I would, or I'm gonna live my life this way because of the good moments, but also because of the bad moments, because the bad moments remind me how good the good moments were.
I might have to rewatch it to really establish that, but I think when I first watched it, it kind of pulled away from the character of Amy Adams and focused more on the character of the human being.
You mean like the royal we?
Yes, the royal we. It wasn't like Amy Adams is sad because her daughter's dead or whatever the fuck they were, pushing at. But it's like, it's not about that. Like, this is something like she.
It's not simply about.
It's still about us, because the big revelation, or the first half of the big revelation, came with the Chinese general or president or whatever he is.
Maybe been the prime minister or something.
The prime minister, yeah, like the head honcho, as it were.
He was a general, yeah. He was in charge.
General,
of
okay. He offers the olive leaf, and I think that's the first step this movie takes towards, like, we need to be together as a people and stop focusing on our fucking kids.
See.
Oh,
gosh, I think we get so. I think we get so.
I'm joking.
Okay. Bro, so you read it a little different. Yeah.
No, say
what I liked about it was, what I liked about it was how it essentially taught you how to read itself. For a movie about language and grammar, the director uses film grammar and language against you to, hornswoggle you. You see these scenes that you assume are flashbacks, because in every other film they're flashbacks, and you assume that she knows what's going on because they're flashbacks, and they're not flashbacks. We won't go any further into what they are, but that I know Ken doesn't like it. I don't get it. I think it's extremely clever the way that it exactly. I think it's extremely clever the way that he trains you to read the movie one way, and it works one way, and then pulls the rug out completely underneath you and recontextualizes everything that came before it.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I like the film quite a bit. Where it doesn't get me is emotionally, I guess. I still think there's some remove and some coldness there, and that's something I typically have with him all the way from the very first film of his.
Who did the cinematography in this movie? It's someone that everyone's talking about right now.
Bradford Young.
It wasn't Deakins. It was, who was it?
Bradford Young.
Yeah, he's going to shoot Black Panther, right?
Yeah, he's a hell of a cinematographer. It's about time he got a nomination.
I think he's
done a lot of good stuff.
He's either shooting Black Panther or Wrinkle in Time with Ava DuVernay. I'm not sure which.
Probably both.
Maybe both.
Would not surprise me if it's both, actually. He's an up-and-coming African-American cinematographer.
But he's very good. I mean, this movie has
he's excellent.
Excellent movement.
He did Selma. He did Ain't Them Bodies Saints for a... he's done DuVernay flicks. He did Pariah, A Most Violent Year, which Ken does like. He did.
So, Bill Arsenault, what is your number 4?
We already know. We have to go to Bill Leon.
Oh, Bill Leon. What is your number 4? Sorry about that.
Well, let me take a look.
It's the big show.
I would piggyback on that, but let's talk about my number 4, which is Fences.
All right.
I think I might call Fences the best fictional diegetic film that I saw of the year, because, like, And there are parts, like, I think one of the most common complaints about this film is, like, there are parts where it's very evident that it's a play. You're watching a transitional adaptation of a play, but none of that ever bothered me. I was always more interested in sort of where the performances were going and where the dialogue was going and where the writing of the story was going. And this
August Wilson's dialogue is Shakespearean in its rhythms and its content. It's not, he's not writing in an old English tone. He's writing in the dialect of the characters in which they live and during their time in Pittsburgh in the 1950s and the early 60s. But it captures the cadence of that in a really brilliant way, much like the way The Witch did with the old timey colonial dialogue. The film really just nails that, and it's delivered to the point perfect by every single actor in the movie.
Oh yeah,
Washington may not be the most flashy director around, but he knows how to direct actors, and he directs them exactly the way they need to be to deliver their performance as best as they can.
He himself is an actor. I actually wrote for another site that this movie reminded me of the works of Orson Welles in terms of direction. It wasn't necessarily like boastful, but it was. It managed to be big while confined to a specific locale. Not that was a theme in Orson Welles films, but Orson would tend to work within certain limitations. Mm-hmm. He had a good way with understanding and directing actors.
Very well said.
And also placement of camera and deciding which take to leave in and how to transition to the next take. He was a master at pretty much every main craft that a director needs to know. And I felt the same way with watching Denzel Washington's Fences. I felt like, Denzel's nailing the Welles formula in a way with this, at least with this one movie. That's how I saw it. It reminded me of so many other films, specifically Chimes at Midnight. It kind of reminded me of that in a lot of ways.
I can't disagree with the word you said, especially when it comes to like transitional adaptation from stage to screen. Again, like I think the biggest complaint I've seen from critics is, there are spots here and there where I can tell that this is a play originally, and it doesn't translate to film as well as it should. But
it totally translates to film.
I call bullshit on that because, like, this thing faithfully adapts the stage play while completely keeping the integrity of the dialogue, completely retaining the sort of visceral emotion at play here between the characters. And Jesus Christ, like if Denzel and Viola Davis don't take the Best Acting Oscars this year, like
Denzel was a dark horse until he won SAG, and SAG. The fact that Academy voters who are actors vote for the acting award and that he won at SAG says that there's a good chance that he's going to pull another Oscar from this.
Yeah,
the fact that they're both underdogs in this is just as much bullshit as Trump winning the election.
I would argue Viola Davis even more so deserves.
If Viola and Denzel do win, that's not the same as Trump winning. Okay, that's totally
no.
You said underdogs.
Yeah.
Well, Viola is not an underdog. Viola is the overdog. It would probably be.
In fact, the fact that the only thing that
as surprising a mess as any.
Yeah, the only thing that's surprising is the decision to put her as a supporting actress. But
she was very much a lead.
Yeah, I have issues with that. Like, who is the lead actress in Fences? Nobody except Viola Davis.
You are, Bill.
Now, I suppose you could make the argument could make the argument that the entire film pivots on Denzel as a character, and so everyone else supports his character. So I guess if you're going to make that argument, then I won't.
If you're going to be a bitch
that's what they
about
did.
it, yeah.
Yeah, but that said, either way, she needs an Oscar anyway, and this is as good of a performance as I've ever seen her do. So you know what?
Yeah,
if she wins, fuck Oscar politics. That's deserving.
Yes,
I still got to see it.
There's a physicality to the performances in this where not only are they getting very intense when delivering the dialogue of the piece, but like their faces.
This is a spittle movie where your performance is so intense that you no longer care about how much you're spitting when you're talking, or in Viola Davis's case, how much she at one point her nose starts.
Oh, Viola Davis is snotting it up in this movie, but it's always
real.
It's justified, and I got chills watching the big moments of this film, which I'm kind of conflicted on with how they marketed it, because they put the big Denzel speech in the trailer. Like, if I hadn't seen that, I don't think I would have anticipated this movie as much as I did. I don't think I would have taken the time out of my day to watch this movie if it wasn't for the way they marketed it and the way that they really sold that that speech that James Earl Jones originally gave.
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, I would love to see some filmed performance of Fences when James Earl Jones was doing it, because the scenes that I've seen turn up on YouTube, his interpretation of the character is so different from Denzel's that it's like an entirely different experience, and that's cool because they're both incredibly accomplished performers. And because James Earl Jones' performance is much more imposing. His voice, of course, his booming voice alone conveys that, but Denzel takes it. What Denzel does with the character is he makes you, even though he's a bit of a dick, you kind of love him until the film breaks those pieces away, piece by piece, and you get more and more reasons to have, you're like, wow, oh really?
You start basically relating to the son. The son is given by the climax every reason to hate his father, and we as the audience are given every reason slowly.
Here's my problem with the film.
Uh-oh. At
the end, there is some truth to this. The remembering the fondly depicted they probably deserve, but it's also something that's been kind of a theme around the campaign around this too. Is like August Wilson and Denzel Washington brought my father to the screen. I'm like, your father was a fucking douche. Denzel Washington is horrible.
I totally agree with you.
He cheats on his wife and he has her raise the kid. He's just like, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Fuck that dude.
Here's the thing. I think that happened. That happened regardless of August Wilson's play. That happened regardless of Denzel Washington's performance. That has happened in real life a lot.
And Zach, I would understand where you're coming from if ultimately what the ending of the movie was Viola Davis telling her son.
No, the ending of the movie is a beam of light coming down from heaven.
Okay, that shot I will agree with was heavy-handed.
No, I didn't have a problem with that. I had no problem with that.
I didn't have a problem with that either. I had no problem with that either.
On this here.
No.
The speech that Viola Davis gives to her son at the end is not, you need to forgive your father and everything, everything he did because he made you who you are. What the ending is his son has to go to the funeral of his father, even though he doesn't want to, because he has to prove that he's a better man than his father. Because if it was his father would never have shown up.
That's fucked up.
By going to the funeral,
I don't know,
and showing some even the smallest inkling of forgiveness, he is a better man and he's progressed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just don't think I don't think the film considers him that bad of a guy.
I don't think so
And
either.
I think a
but
lot of the chatter around it.
I also feel like the film spends a great deal making you be charmed by him, at least from where I was sitting. Especially the character that I'm going to call Martin Thomas.
You're talking about okay. So you're talking about his second banana, Stephen Henderson.
Yes, who is fantastic in the film, and
Yes.
again, like it, because like I assume that's his oldest friend in the context of the movie, and like that dude, that guy helps make him a lot more sympathetic. The scene where he's talking about Jack, like he's just shit talking Jackie Robinson.
Yeah,
that's charming as hell. That's charming as hell. And those scenes being put early in the film really warm you up to.
Can I just
the Troy character?
And can I just say that Stephen Henderson, he managed to be in 2 major Oscar-nominated films this year because he has a scene at the beginning of Manchester by the Sea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, he does.
It's not a big scene, but you know what? I thought that was kind of badass. It'll be great to see.
He's in there.
I would love to see him get more out of that.
So yeah, I know Fence is placed on other people's lists. That's what I took away from it. Is like if I went to the theater to see this on stage in the early 80s when it came out, you know, if I was a theater critic, I would be like, this is fucking transcendent. This has a lot of depth to it, and it just completely portrays the Black experience as not only relatable, but like heart-wrenching a lot. Like, especially this specific family. Like, they go out of their way to make you feel like
this blue-collar family. I think there's just an infusion of a little too much drama.
Yeah,
I think that little too much drama takes it out of this is a portrait of the Black working class father. It also turns him into a shitbrick, which I don't think is emblematic of the Black working class father. So I think that's where it misses.
Now, being fair, this is just one example of an entire cycle of plays August Wilson wrote to symbolize the Black experience in America. So this is not like one single piece of it. This is one piece of a larger puzzle.
Yeah, of course.
Or rather, it is.
By the way, Denzel Washington, as I've mentioned a couple times, has apparently acquired the film rights and made a deal with HBO to produce more of these.
So I'd be all for it. Yeah, and that's the thing. I guess I'm not pushing it across enough. I still like the film, but I think it's problematic.
Okay.
It's definitely problematic, but I feel like a lot of that comes from the very direct way that they adapt the stage screenplay. Because
I didn't feel like it was all too stagey. I felt like they used, camera work, and they used there's one setting, but there were a lot of scenes. There were a couple scenes here and there that could have only been captured by a camera in the cinema.
I agree with that, and I like in this movie. I mentioned in my initial reference to this. I watched another very stage to film adaptation earlier last year, a 1970s movie, which was The Iceman Cometh. John Frankenheimer's The Iceman Cometh, and what that movie did. This movie also did. The only crutch to that is the fact that you have to, if you want to be true to the material, there's these long dialogue sequences you have to do, and you have to do them in as cinematic of a way as you can without breaching the integrity of what the scene is supposed to mean.
Yeah,
I have one more thought I want to go out on, which is in regards to Zach's dislike of Magnificent Seven.
Okay.
The Antoine Fuqua, Denzel Washington collaboration that was Magnificent Seven. A lot of people were hoping that it would harken back to Training Day.
Mm-hmm.
This movie, despite the lack of Antoine Fuqua's presence, harkens back to
because there
Training
was
Day.
none.
Harkens back to Training Day because you love to hate Denzel in this, and you
I
hate
don't
to
thi-
love.
My problem was in Training Day. That was the point. In this film, I'm not convinced it was. But
I
that's how
think
it ended up.
no, I disagree with you completely. I think that was part of the point, considering the ending that Ken already sort of justified, where it's like the whole story from A to B, despite him not being the main character, is the son's acceptance of his father's flaws.
I would have been okay with it if a beam of red light had come out of the ground.
You're talking. I didn't.
Now you're getting into religious metaphor. Who says that the beam of yellow light has to be his father's in heaven? You know what?
Exactly. And then just hard rock breakdown at the very end. Denzel Washington will be back in Fences 2.
Fences 2. And the entire film takes place in hell. God damn it.
Exactly.
All right, Bill Arsenault.
Can we move on?
Yeah, what's your number 4, Bill Arsenault?
My number 4 is Stephen Chow's The Mermaid.
Oh my god.
Interesting. Okay, I'll talk that movie.
I'm a
That was
big
just-
fan of Stephen Chow, and I still haven't seen this.
Oh man, you really should.
I don't watch movies in English.
Well, you suck then, but no.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Well,
Does that mean you watch British films?
I do watch British television, not films.
Well,
all
that's
that
close,
much.
but not.
I guess Sing Street sort of counts because it's from Ireland.
Okay, well, all right. The Mermaid is, or at least was, one of the most, or the most successful film in Chinese history for a while, until Stephen Chow's most recent film, Journey to the West 2, which just came out.
Is that the monkey film?
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
not Chow though.
That's the
He
monkey
produced it.
fight.
Yeah, he
I saw
directed
the
it.
first one.
Yeah,
I saw the
directed?
first
Oh,
one.
okay.
I saw the first one, and it was very fun. It was that was some weird shit. Anyway, tell me about the
Yeah,
Mermaid.
Well, anyway, The Mermaid is not really what I would call a weird movie, but it is very slapstick. You know, it's very.
It's pretty weird.
It's weird, but it's not weird like David Lynch weird. It's not weird
True.
like in a in that sense, or even in the sense of Uncle Kent 2, where everything's just abstract. It's weird more in the slapsticky, silly sense. You know, the plot of the movie is this corporate landowner guy who runs all these multiple businesses in China is wanting this particular property of land and ocean to continue to do ocean experimentations and on this like ultrasound equipment or something that'll net them like billions of dollars or billions of yen or whatever. And meanwhile, there's a group of mermaids. This is apparently the last group of mermaids that live in that area. They live in that plot of land and water that he wants, and they are plotting to kill him because they know, you know, he's responsible for killing off most of the other mermaids. He's going to kill the rest of them if he finds out. So we got to get to him first. So they send a female mermaid to try to seduce him, and she, of course, doesn't know much about human culture, so she's a little awkward about it, very awkward about it, and and she's like a typical mermaid. You know, she's beautiful and everything, but she doesn't have a human bottom. She has, you know, the fish bottom, the fins.
Oh, the movie addresses the conundrum of mermaid romance stories.
No, they don't do sex or anything like that. This isn't about sex,
right?
But the movie is actually above that. It's very much like a classic kind of romance, like where the big sex scene is just a kiss. You know, it's not. It's very.
It's a Chinese movie, so that's literally as sexy as you can.
That's literally a set. Okay. Well, no, depends, but I guess, you know, Chinese government, whatever. But no, they there's like scenes where she puts on shoes to kind of cover her fins, and she's got like she's walking funny because her legs are tied together and everything. You know, so it's pretty amusing. There's a funny sequence in there where she's trying to assassinate the guy, and the guy's dancing around his apartment, and she's trying to throw shit at him, and it's bouncing off walls and hitting her. It's very reminiscent of Kung Fu Hustle in that sense. But there's at the heart of this movie that there are two things. One, there's that environmental message that we shouldn't fuck with the ocean or animals or other people or the earth, for that matter, because we only have one earth. And that's not heavy-handed necessarily. That's just what the movie's about. That's just the main through line of the film. And it's handled rather well. The other one is the romance between the corporate guy who ends up turning his opinions around. He never really wanted to set out to cause environmental damage. He was just more interested in the money. But once he found out that his actions were resulting in horrible things happening, then he was like, oh, well, that was like a revelation for him. But on top of that, he falls in love with this mermaid. And when he finds out she is a mermaid, he's still in love with her and everything. He was a little shocked at first, but yeah, he gets over that really quickly. And there's this really lovable romance between the two. Like, it starts off where he just wants to get rid of her. He finds her annoying, like, get away from me, And then she kind of connects to him by they eat like a bunch of chicken at a fair, and he has this memory of him as a kid being poor, and all they could eat was chicken and cheap chicken, and how he grew up to be this great guy and everything. And then she shows him dancing, and they go on those roller coasters. She basically reminds him of innocence and stuff. And so all that stuff that goes down is really sweet and really attractive, and like I said, in the classical sense. The big climax, the big finale of the film is very starkly different from the rest of the film. The rest of the film is like this really silly comedy, but then when he lets the secret out that there are mermaids to his other corporate friends, and they send a squad to go kill them and capture them. And that becomes very tense, very horrific even, and very sad that it got to that point. And so we want to see, the heroes win and everything. And so that ends up, the movie really does well with balancing, even though there's a clear divide between the comedy and the drama scenes. It really does a good job in balancing those two and making you care about one because of the other. It reminds you, okay, the dramatic moments are there to make you appreciate the comedic moments. The comedic moments are there to make you appreciate that much more the dramatic moments. And this was another home run for Stephen Chow, I think. I love the guy. I love most of his movies. In fact, all of his movies that I've seen, Kung Fu Hustle, I thought was like perfect when I saw it. And this, I've seen it like more than a handful of times, and I still can't not like it. It's really good. It's really effective.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to my number 4 film, which is Lion.
He ain't lying.
That's right, I ain't lying. All right, so Lion. It's not higher up on anyone else's list, I'm guessing, so we'll go ahead.
I haven't watched this movie.
It's lower.
Listen, I gotta say this. Before M. Night Shyamalan's Last Airbender came out, I was really into the cartoon, and I got into the cartoon, and then I watched the movie, and I was like, "Oh, this is really bad. Why is Dev Patel in this?"
I was waiting for you to have a point to this.
Dev Patel is in The Last Airbender. Okay.
And
that's like the last time he's been in a mainstream film. All of a sudden, Lion springs up, and he is in a main. He's being talked about again. That's why I brought it up.
For a damn good reason.
You got to realize. You got to realize here. Last Airbender was his follow-up to Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah.
He did some other stuff, didn't he?
He was in the newsroom. He was.
I'm aware that there were other films there, but
wasn't Best Exotic after that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is. I'm talking about what
I wouldn't say a good film, but
he was in
a film people saw.
He was in Chappie.
Chappie.
So yeah,
who saw Chappie?
Yeah,
he hasn't
I-
had-
I like
let's,
Chappie.
let's talk about Chappie. Wow.
Who
Let's
saw
not talk
Chappie?
about Chappie. Let's not talk about Chappie.
guys,
just
we are going way over time right now, so let's talk
Yeah.
about Lion. Anyway,
OT.
Lion is first of all, this has been a year where a couple of movies that have made my list have been first-time directors. Garth Davis, his previous film direction experience comes from a New Zealand drama called Top of the Lake that a lot of people, I guess it got an Emmy nomination for it, and I know a bunch of people say it's a great show, but this is his directorial debut as a feature film, and besides Dev Patel starring in it, also Rooney Mara, Nicole Kidman, but more important to the emotion of this movie is the way it's structured, and in my opinion, the casting of a very solid child actor, Sonny Pawar, as the young character that Dev Patel plays the adult version of. Where this movie really excels for me is inherently in the way it was structured. And the way it was advertised was a little disingenuous because Dev Patel's all over the trailers for this movie. The solid first half of the movie, you see nothing of Dev Patel. The first half of the movie is all about the young Saru. And you watch as this boy becomes abandoned and winds up in the middle of a place he knows nothing about. He doesn't even speak the language. And that journey of him finding a way to survive through all that, winding up being adopted by an Australian family, truly being as far away from his home where he grew up, where he was born, as he could possibly be, and then that journey back. And it's a very basic, simple story, but it is told so well, and so much of that is due to Garth Davis's tight direction, which enhances the drama of every single piece of that of this film. And what's really fascinating about the movie is how truly for an American movie, for a movie made for American consumption, it's a ballsy decision to have the entire first half of the movie not be in English at all. I have to say, and it really it immerses you entirely within this culture, and then it when you get to the Australian sequences, it opens the palette up even further because you feel just as alienated, and you can see how as he grew older, knowing through his entire childhood that he has this mother somewhere out there who misses him and has no idea, probably thinks he's dead. And the fact that this is a true story, by the way, I have to give Lion and Loving, the other true story movie on my list this year, I have to give both of those a huge amount of credit. Neither of them open up with based on a true story in the opening crawl.
Oh, yeah.
That it always pisses me off when movies do that at the beginning, because that's setting you up for the artificial emotional punch of, oh, so all of this really happened. I went into I did know the backstory of Loving. I'm just proud that they didn't mention that it's based on a true story.
I think movies are going away from that, though.
What's that?
I think movies are going away from that.
Absolutely fucking not. Every other based on a true story movie this year had that.
You're fucking wrong, Hawk.
The biggest one, the Hidden Figures, the biggest one of the year in big fucking letters. Oh, this is absolutely true. Yeah.
Well, it was.
Right. Really? Yeah.
Maybe not absolutely true, but
The Founder,
For the
based
most
on a
part,
true
it's-
story. It's by far it's the rarity in films. I don't know why it sticks in my cross so much, except for the fact that it sets you up for
it sticks in your craw.
Well, it if you know anything about the topic, it makes you pick out all the shit that ain't true.
Right.
I mean, you're like, oh, based on true story? Okay. Well,
the worst is inspired by true events. Fuck you.
that's them telling that's them telling you that some of this was true once, but we are going to fucking do what we want.
But seriously, I give it a lot of credit for just standing on its own as a movie, and then at the very end, once it's all over, it does show its hand there and say, guess what? This person's a real person. Cool. That's the movie itself holds its own without that, but then it's a little bonus just showing you that. I'm fine.
So it's kind of like Snowden, where Edward Snowden shows up at the end.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Like, oh, that happened?
All right, anyone else have any thoughts on
Well, we
seen
already
it.
mentioned how it also teared us up.
Yes.
Ken watched it before Monster Calls. I watched it after. Both of us kind of challenged to each other, and we both cried in both of the films. So clearly you need to watch that, Chris, and then blubber and tell us about it.
I tried to watch
I'm not going to watch Flubber.
I tried to watch Lime yesterday, but I was too sick to leave the house, so I didn't.
Oh,
Didn't get into it.
Yeah,
It really works. The other piece that you didn't really mention, Ken, was
Mhm.
the young actor who played the brother.
yes.
Who
Oh God.
essentially is his fault that Saru got lost
Mhm.
in some ways, and actually the greater guilt I think that he had throughout all of this was thinking that the brother was being blamed for having lost him
Yeah.
and was just
Or that
searching
he
for
in
him
some way was
somewhere.
responsible for he was responsible
Yeah.
for his brother getting into the situation.
and that ends up in a very devastating emotional place as well, which we won't get into.
And I will say,
But
of course, because this is a true story, the movie does end very similarly to another movie that tears me up at the ending. It completely different genre of film altogether. The Killing Fields. That ending sequence where you watch as the two long separated characters are reunited for the first time in ages gets me every time. And this movie has that same feeling where when you see Dev Patel reunited with his long lost mother, that is just it's impossible to not get emotional in that sequence because both performers carry it completely.
All right.
Yeah.
You have a smile on your face, Zach. Was there?
No,
Did I make
no,
you happy?
I agree.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm just punch drunk. I don't really know what's
We're getting a
happening to my
kill
body
race.
right now.
Face is just like,
Yeah. Just
All right.
tired for it.
So Zach, you're number 4.
yeah. You're number 4.
So I cheated again, but this pairing I think really works because these are two films that do
What happened to
a
your
lot of
sound?
the same
All of a sudden
things.
it's really muffled.
I don't know.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. I might have just had my finger over it.
Okay.
So these are two films again that do a lot of the same things very well and are very accomplished in what they do. One of which is getting a hell of a lot of recognition. One of which was almost completely ignored.
Okay.
Does anyone have Manchester by the Sea higher?
No.
No.
Interesting. So no one even had it on their top 10 at all.
I didn't
That
see
much.
it.
I didn't.
It's high in my runners up. Here's the thing: my runners up are like all great films, so I'm not.
I feel that way as well.
Fuck.
I'm like 30.
What's the second film?
It's
Yeah, what's
Chris
the
said all
second?
mine suck. The second film is Louder Than Bombs.
I didn't see it, but it's on my Amazon Prime watch list.
Give it a watch.
List?
Both films really delve into the psychology of sort of recovering after great tragedy. Both of them do a really good job of showing very natural, realistic family dynamics based around a particular tragedy. Manchester by the Sea has been getting obviously a ton of recognition, one of your bigger Oscar nominee totals, and all of it very deserved. Casey Affleck is amazing, very, very subtle. What I like about the film is that there's so many pat like Oscar moments that could happen that don't happen because they generally don't in real life. So you get this portrait of a man who's just completely his hands are completely tied by guilt. He just can't move on in his life. And even when people try to confront him about that, he just doesn't. It's too big. It's too much. That scene with Michelle Williams towards the end is incredibly telling and powerful, because that's how most people would handle it. Instead of, breaking down in tears and having a giant, epiphany and all this shit that, would happen in a typical Hollywood film, you just don't want to hear it. It's too painful. Louder Than Bombs doesn't have a situation in which anyone is really culpable. It actually more centers around a car crash of a mother which may be a suicide. And there's some debate to that fact and mystery to that fact, and how it affects the husband and the two sons, one of which is played by Jesse Eisenberg, and the other which is played by anyone watch Louis?
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
So
Yeah.
the kid that plays young Louis.
Oh, okay.
He does a really, really excellent job. I'm going to find this guy's name real fast. Devin Druid. So Lucas Till, and gets got a lot of recognition, but Devin Druid was really spectacular in this as well, and it's rolls with parallels.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like the one, I think you will like the other. Louder Than Bombs is more stylistically interesting. Joachim Trier, making his first, he's a Norwegian director. He's making his first English language film, really kills it. Directs a script too, which is incredibly impressive because it's not his first language, but it's a very perceptive, realistic script nonetheless. So I think they're an ideal pair like the other.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, and I enjoyed. I don't mean to dismiss
Everybody else just fucking go to sleep for a second.
I like both of those films, and I think the only reason they didn't make it higher up on my list is just, frankly, it's the real watchability factor in that I think it was important to see both of those movies. I think they were very, very well made movies. I can't.
It ain't The Nice Guys or Hunt for the Wilder People.
Yeah,
I
just can't go through it. It's just so heavy.
Yeah.
And anyway, so we'll go ahead then and I guess move on to Hawk, your number 3.
My number 3 was The Greasy Strangler.
Higher on anyone else's list?
Mine.
It's higher on Bill's.
All right. So Bill Leon, what is your number? Trace.
What is it? Let me look at the list. We've been doing this for like 4 hours.
Yeah, you should know by now.
More than 4 hours.
My number 3 is
gonna kill me.
Tickled, and I know that Hawk has seen Tickled. Has anyone else seen Tickled?
Me as well. Yeah.
Zach, you saw Tickled. Give me a review of Tickled, please.
Keep it short.
Tickled is a documentary that originally was supposed to be a little bit of a puff piece about this weird subculture where they found young men tickling each other and not wearing a whole lot of clothing, and it's like extreme tickling essentially thing. And it goes to almost sort of sadomasochist places.
Bondage elements to it, like there are straps on some of the beds that the boys are tickled on, and they are restrained with.
They don't expect it to go dark places until they start to realize that essentially all of these are funded by one person.
Mm-hmm.
And that person has an increasing set of demands on these people, these young men that they're paying to do this. And it starts to go in some really fucked up places. And essentially the documentary and these filmmakers' experiences really starts to unravel some really weird shit. I don't really give it too much credit to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, for the purposes of reviewing it for a top 10 best of the year, I had to reveal information like that. The reason Tickled charted so high for me is just the first time I saw it, having like very little information, going in blind is just like you're taken on this journey of discovery on all types of shit. Like this is some Scientology level shit on a soft core porn level, I guess, because like the whole boys tickling boys with their clothes on. At least nobody's got their dick out in these videos, so it's not like
ones we see.
Well, yeah, the ones that they. But I'm saying I feel like that's the main gist of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's what was so weird. What captured their interest in the first place?
Yeah.
I actually am being disingenuous. The ones we see, no, I don't think any of them. It
Yeah,
doesn't
no,
appear to be for a sexual reason at first.
It's
Where we really get it's kind of hard to say.
It's a journey down a motherfucking rabbit hole of information.
Yeah.
Like, I adore the journey that I went on when I first watched it. Again, like I'm not really judging this as a film or a documentary or anything other than, like I said, just it was a learning experience. And as that, like, oh my God, this thing is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy
All right.
nuts, and it's not over. HBO is actually airing with the film like a 30-minute part 2 documentary of the continuing shit that's been going on with these filmmakers.
I need to see that. Yeah, I need to watch that
It's
because I know that one of the guys that is actually in the film shows up at a screening / Q&A
Yep.
of the film.
Yep, at Sundance last year.
That gets nutty unto itself. So like, Tickled is just like a gold mine of crazy shit. Like these guys struck.
Yeah.
Let's get nuts.
Oh yeah, this shit is nuts. I recommend all of you see it if you haven't already. I know Hawk has seen it, so Hawk, please, if you could.
It ended before it should have.
Yeah, I think part of that is that they got that film out there, and then
things got even
more
weird.
shit kept happening just as it stopped.
I mean, we
Yeah.
talked about documentaries and how you got to really kind of like let them marinate a little bit and see how much more of the story comes out. I feel like they put this movie out before the rest of the story had really come to fruition. Like it was good. Like I liked how it kind of like built itself into this really crazy conspiracy thriller, but it almost felt like it ended and I was like, wait, what's next?
Yeah.
And there are things that are next, so that's a
There
fair
are
point.
things that are next. Yeah, so I mean,
So
there
maybe
could
that's a problem that'll be solved by sequels.
I'm telling you,
All right,
Bill
Bill
and Ken, Bill and Ken, see Tickled.
I will
because
see it. I will see
Yep.
it.
This is some real shit. This is insane.
All right, Bill Arsenault, what is your number 3?
My number 3 is Swiss Army Man.
Oh,
That's higher on my list.
Ooh,
Higher on
okay.
your list? Oh, okay. Well, then we'll move to mine then. My number 3 is Patterson.
Alrighty.
So I'm
Yay.
glad we didn't do our top 10 last week because when I had a chance to see Patterson, all of those wonderful feelings I have about I have to admit I was a little disenchanted the last few years with Jim Jarmusch's more recent outings. They weren't on the level that I'd come to expect, and this is a complete return to form from him as a filmmaker. And
I just want to say that I drove 25 minutes to see Patterson, which is really nothing because my commute to work is literally minutes.
Mhm.
I live pretty much right next door to my office. I drove 25 minutes to see this movie, and then as I think I told you this at least, Ken. I was so watched the movie. It's 2 hours long. I was sitting down for 2 hours. And then I very foolishly decided immediately after seeing the movie to sprint across the street to beat the light. My legs gave out at the edge of the curb, and I pretty much just ate shit and got punched in the face by the ground. And it was still worth it.
Well, the strong words are
Sorry.
good.
Sorry that
And
happened.
sorry that happened to you.
No, it was funny. I will tell the full story on an upcoming podcast. But I also, Ken, you handed off the review of Patterson to me, which I appreciate because getting the review written, it's almost done, really awakened even more feelings that I had for the film. I mean, it's a beautiful movie.
Mm-hmm. And absolutely, what I love about this movie is the way it builds with its characters with very delicate hand. The character Adam Driver plays is named Patterson. He lives in Patterson, New Jersey, and the movie opens up with his wife kind of telling him, it's the morning, they're about ready to go to get ready to go to work. His wife tells him that she had this dream last night about having twins, and that kind of begins a pattern of how to put it. Watching Patterson as he goes about his daily grind for about a week in time, and every day he follows a very similar pattern. He wakes up, he wakes up, his wife stays in bed, he gets ready for work, he has some cereal, and he does some writing. He's a poet on the side.
It's worth noting really quick that he does not wake up with the assistance of an alarm clock. He just wakes up.
Right. He wakes up always he wakes up on time, just in time to get ready for work and get there. And he has kind of a lucky watch that sort of assists, you could kind of say points him in the right direction there. And he gets the bus station. He always gets there early so he can get some writing in. And then you watch as he goes about his day, and the observations that he's making feed into his poetry, which he then brings to his wife, who has her own life of her own that you don't see during the day, where she engages in a series of different projects. The projects range everywhere from painting to making curtains to baking cupcakes to learning to become a country rock icon. And you get the sense that Patterson is as an artist and a poet, is thoroughly content with his position, and he has no need to grasp to anything bigger because he's very comfortable where he is. His wife, on the other hand, is struggling in a way because she's trying to find a direction. She's a very creative person. And the crafty project she does, she has this obsession with black and white colors that is really fascinating. She kind of passes over her biggest, the things about what she does. It's very clear that there's something she could be doing that would be really a great direction for her, but she passes it up in favor of the next thing. She comes up with other projects. Mm-hmm. And it's an interesting dichotomy, sort of the two sides of an artistic mind. You have the self-assured artist who knows what he's doing and continues doing it, and feeds into a large body of creative work, versus you have the creative mind who keeps coming up with these wonderful kernels of ideas but can't commit to finishing them.
Yeah. And then I also wanted to point out that Adam Driver became a licensed bus driver for this movie.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he wanted to be more authentic. So all the scenes that you have of him driving his bus and the exterior shots of the bus are literally him driving it.
So would you say Adam is a driver?
Yeah, I would. That was fucking terrible.
Yes, it was.
By the way, we've been going at this for like almost 5 hours, but yeah.
I'll just summarize by saying that this is a surprisingly good movie. It won the coveted Palm Dog at the
award for a well-acted dog role in a movie.
Fuck that dog.
Fuck that dog. Yeah,
the dog is dead, so whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
Is posthumous award. So
yeah, it's the first posthumous Palm
That's
Dog.
fucked up.
But no, that dog is an asshole, and that's what's great about it, because the dog represents everything that gets in the way.
That movie. Anytime somebody wants to talk to me about dogs versus cats, I'm just going to show them that movie. I'm like, case closed.
Yeah. Except emotion.
Cat won't do that.
Emotionless
Cat won't
monsters.
do that.
I've been wanting.
You know my cat, Ken.
I've been wanting to
can't
see
use
this
that
movie for months, ever since I saw the original trailer, and it did not disappoint me. It really is fantastic, and I might have to reshuffle my list and move Patterson up a space or two.
See, I need to think about it more. Maybe I did just watch it just previous to this as well. It didn't quite make it for me for some of the things we were bringing up earlier, where it's a bit considered, it's a bit twee. It's kind of got.
I don't see the twee.
I mean, your typical bus driver from Patterson, New Jersey, doesn't have a smoking hot Iranian wife.
But
so it's not really an everyman story, but in
here's
some
the
ways
thing.
it tries to be.
He's not your typical, because he's a bus driver who writes poems, and poets sometimes attract artists.
But he finds other poets. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that. And the thing is I wasn't really keeping in mind that it's Jim Jarmusch, right? The thing about Jim Jarmusch is like he fetishizes his own interests, and they're pretty cool interests. But he does, I don't know. Jim Jarmusch is not like your everyman. He can't really write an everyman.
Well,
if he's trying to write himself. I think
there are plenty.
Again, very small criticism compared to a film I really liked, but
I think that's reading too much into it. Especially, I think it's underestimating the everyman, because I think there are plenty of you know what? Let me see. I will bring this into the Werner Herzog territory. In Encounters at the End of the World, Herzog points out that one of the characters he's profiling is a forklift driver / philosopher
who lives in Antarctica.
That's the credit he gives him: forklift driver / philosopher. And
sure.
There are everyman characters.
Yeah. Oh no, but I mean,
lives in
the compendium
ways.
of details doesn't lend that, and I don't think that's what he was going for necessarily. So it might not be the most fair ding, but no cell phones, and I mean he's kind of he's an Adam Driver character in a lot of ways.
and he's very much an Adam Driver character. In fact, his Patterson has a military past. Adam Driver was in the military.
That's true.
Just a little piece there, but we'll go ahead and move on for speed's sake. Zach, what is your number trace?
The Wailing. South Korean horror film.
Oh, it's an
amazing
movie.
Yeah, right?
I think most of us know about it.
Mm-hmm.
I wager that no one makes genre films like the Koreans today.
Yeah, I'd agree.
With the consistency, quality, and just mind-blowing melding of tones.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a genre fan, be it horror or action, and you are not watching South Korean films, you piece of the pie.
I think that's a fair assumption to make, and The Wailing really takes on a lot of different genres in its own little ways, but it's very much kind of a story of possession, and it's
not just the super meld and of those tones that go all the way from very comedic, almost Shaun of the Dead-esque, to like fucking nail-biting terror and comedy and drama and some action. Like, I mean, that's a Korean calling card at this point. But Na Hong Jin, the director, he just has such a style and a verve to it all, and it just moves so snappily. And the way he edits together scenes, particularly that exorcism scene, there is no finer cut scene this year than that, in my opinion. I really can't think of one that accomplishes what that does through editing. Yeah. Just purely through editing creates that just sense of foreboding and fear that does, and exhilaration too, almost. It's a hell of a film.
The only criticism I'll have of The Wailing is I feel it stayed around a little longer than it should have.
It is long as fuck.
if you're going to go watch a Korean film, get ready for 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, get ready for
that's the
about
flip side.
15 to 20 minutes too long.
Yeah,
Which is old style.
yeah.
American. I don't agree with that. We've lost as an American movie culture the epic. And Ken, you of all people shouldn't be complaining about
I have
long films.
I have no problem with
you love you some classic Hollywood.
I do, and it's about the pacing and editing, and I would argue that the film doesn't quite earn its full length. This could have been a 110-minute movie, and it wouldn't have lost any of the impact.
I disagree entirely.
Okay, well, fair enough.
15 minutes, sure. 40 minutes, hell no.
It's still a great movie.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, it's still really effective, but I agree with Ken on this one.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to our number 2s. Hawk.
My number 2 was The Little Prince.
The Little Prince. Oh. All right, talk about The Little Prince. I'm on board to hear.
So, like I said earlier, the movies that I chose this year, I've kind of realigned my life view over the course of the past year, and I wanted to focus on films that really made me feel something. And as it happens, The Little Prince spoke directly into a philosophy that I hold very closely to my heart. And you guys have all seen this, right? Mm-hmm. It's the part where the girl stands on top of the dome where the businessman has captured the stars, and she says, I will grow up, but I'll never be a grown-up like you. And that's where it hit me. The movie's part of the crux of this movie is that everybody's going to get older. I mean, every year passes. I'm almost 30, and it's terrifying, but that doesn't mean I have to become a boring adult like the villains in this movie. And that was something that in a world where everybody has to be so serious and grow up and professional, and I actively fight against that, because I mean I rank highly at my job, and I'm one of them. I still manage to be fun with everybody that I work with and work over. And when this movie actually started pitching that like hit me right through the heart, and that's kind of like that's why I love this movie so much, because this is exactly my movie.
There are a lot of people out there who make the decision at some point in their life. Now that I've reached this point in my life, I am going to do adult things, and what's the old saying? I put aside childish things. I think that to do so is lying to yourself, because ultimately, as that little child is in every human being, and it is the most the childhood innocence, losing that altogether, and not allowing that to continue to some extent, is you basically getting rid of you are becoming a less than empathetic person. You're losing your ability to imagine what it would be like if things could be better.
Yeah. And excuse me, we were talking about movies. Sorry, I'm actually really sick right now. We talked about movies that make us emotional. I had to close my door a little over halfway through this movie.
It gets pretty emotional. I agree.
It gets rough, like in a way that I mean, this is going to sound really bad, but the part where I first started getting emotional was when the old man, the aviator, is taken to the hospital. I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen? And I wasn't like that throughout most of the Monster Calls, because I was like, she's fucking dead. It's over. She's going to die at the end of the movie. And so that's why I didn't get emotional throughout a Monster Calls until the very end. But with this, it was like this figure that she looks up to and has been like a guiding force in her life right now, even more so than her mother, maybe being taken away, was like really powerful to me. Mm-hmm. And the seeing the prince grown up and miserable and having tossed away his entire story, and the businessman who wants to steal the stars just so he can power his offices. Mm-hmm. And then when the stars are released, like that was amazing. Like that was one of my favorite soundtracks of the year, was that segment which Hans Zimmer conducted. when the stars are released. Like everything about this movie was so beautiful, and man, DreamWorks fucked up when they dumped this movie.
Mm-hmm.
We all benefited when Netflix decided to pick it up.
I actually, it was Paramount that dumped it. But...
Was it Paramount? Okay, my bad. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
That's all right.
No, I mean, good point. But regardless, I mean, what the fuck were they thinking?
No, yeah, they were stupid.
Yeah, that was a very foolish decision because this is such a beautiful movie. And that's all I have to say about it.
We definitely do need to start moving a little bit. So, Bill Leon, what is your number 2?
It's a movie I just watched today that you've been telling me to watch for like half the year. Sing Street. I tried to watch this.
Also my number 2, by the way. So
it's also your number 2,
so let's
which
get
is
into
interesting. I thought I was being hyperbolic putting this at number 2 for me, but like this, I gotta say, like it starts out kind of slow, and the protagonist Connor comes off as sort of awkward, and you're like, oh, what's his deal, you know? But then as time goes on, like he grows into his, you know, he kind of figures out who he wants to be, and it's like really, it makes me so excited. Like I was like, oh my god, I love this kid. You know what I mean? When it started, I was like, oh, this little shit. he's
a kid who very much he's searching for a direction, and his direction that he finds kind of by accident. When he wants to impress a girl that he finds interesting, he decides, all right, we're forming a band, because he lies and tells the kid he's in a band. And it's in the process of creating that band that the passion develops for it.
Mm.
And
also, like, the guy that plays his older brother, though,
yes,
like that's a huge influence, and like that's kind of
the kid looks
gateway.
up to his brother, and his brother, when his brother says some intelligent things about music, about musicians he's seeing on TV, the kid kind of parrots it at first, and you get a sense that he doesn't quite. It reminds me so much of my own personal self-discovery when I started getting into music to begin with, where I would read things and then I would tell people things that I had read, and then over time I actually started to understand what I was saying. And it's very much and the way the music in the film evolves, at the early music they play is so very much of the time, and very much that kind of like, this is the song that they make that sounds like a Duran Duran song. But then over time, as they become deeper and make more music in the film, the songs become more and more individualized and more original. And by the end, the music they're playing is that of a completely completely original band. This is this band's music.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I loved about it. The evolution of an artist into into its peak form.
I haven't had anywhere near as much time as you have to digest it and, you know, reflect on it and all that.
I will give you that. Ultimately, what the movie really is about is brotherhood, because he looks up to his brother, and his brother is kind of a burnout. He had a good thing going once, but he kind of left it behind. And his brother makes a great. The brother, I honestly loved his performance. Jack Rayner as Brendan is just.
You mean Chris Pratt's doppelganger?
he totally does. Yeah, he has that Chris Pratt kind of look. But it's Jack Rayner. If his career goes half as far as I think it could, based on that performance, I think he's going to be in a lot of big stuff coming forward.
You know, he was in Transformers, right?
So
the first Wahlberg one. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to make him bust out.
Okay.
He did.
Building on.
He was in Macbeth, so.
He was in Macbeth. He was in a movie called What Richard Did, I think is what it was called. It was quite good.
Mm-hmm. And he's actually, he apparently has a role in the upcoming, the other Jungle Book movie. The one that's
Origins?
No, the Jungle Book movie that's being produced by
Andy Serkis, which no one will ever see.
Jungle Book Origins,
Yeah, that one got beat.
I think it's still being called the Jungle Book, but anyway,
I don't think
building on top of what you were saying about the theme of brotherhood, like there's a huge, probably more underlying and subtle, but in my opinion, shines through very well is the theme of like the band members, specifically the guy that he writes the songs with. Mm-hmm. Their bond is portrayed very well, and I definitely connected with as somebody who's written songs with other people and kind of bonded over that. And, you know, like this movie portrays that so
And
perfectly.
Another thing about this movie that really hits me personally is that feeling of, and this gives away a little bit of the ending, but his decision to abandon all, you know, to abandon his surroundings, leave his family, to pursue his art is really a strong comment, because there is so much in the world that you live in. There's so many people who are telling you, you have to do this, you have to do that. And at some point in your life, you have to decide how much of this is in my best interest and how much of this is actually holding me back. And when you make that decision, it's a crucial, pivotal point of your life. Regardless of whether you're right or not, you have to make that decision at some point.
Over/under on heroin overdose in London.
That's the thing. That's the thing. We don't know, but you know what?
Roll those dice.
You have to make that decision at some point in your life. Everyone makes that decision. Am I going to stay in this position forever, or am I going to step out of my comfort zone? And he chooses to step out of his comfort zone, and that's you know, the director John Carney is really good at this type of movie. He's made 3 spectacular ones, or 2 spectacular and 1 very good film in this genre, and. So I'll go ahead and unless you have anything else to say, Bill Leon, we'll move on to Bill.
I just want to point out that I also really loved Sing Street. It was just good. I mean, it's such a movie that's so full of life.
Mm-hmm. In my opinion, like I said, I mentioned Foreign Land in my honorable mentions. I called it the second best coming of age movie that I saw in the year. This is obviously number 1. It's so reminiscent of like great movies about teenagers growing up, which is honestly a lot harder to do than it seems, because there's a lot of bullshit teenager growing up movies that some people overpraise and say good things about when they don't deserve it and that sort of thing. But this movie is so genuine and just well done, and I look forward to revisiting this as soon as possible.
I'm also really upset that Drive It Like You Stole It was not nominated for Best Original Song.
Thank you. Yeah, I was about to say, there are at least 2 or 3 songs on this soundtrack that are better than most of the songs nominated this year.
Yeah.
So that's all.
Something like that. Trolls, baby. Trolls, Oscar nominee.
Yo, get the fuck out of here. Trolls made my worst of list.
On that note, we're going to move on. Billy, what is your number 2?
My number 2 is Moonlight.
Moonlight.
Mr. Moonlight.
Is it
Mr. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got you guys. Does it happen to be number 1 on anyone else's list, or?
No,
and I keep you notice that I keep disappearing off the screen, right? I want to say I'm going to sit here and listen to you talk about Moonlight because I want to hear you talk about Moonlight. I have a pizza in the oven, so I have to keep my eye on 2 things.
That's perfectly fine.
However, I want to hear you talk about Moonlight. So
well, we already talked about Moonlight on the Pubcast, but I'll do it again. But I'll make sure it's a little brief.
I might have been absent that episode. I think I was absent that episode.
I don't fucking
go ahead
remember,
and keep it brief.
Yeah, touch your briefs on this one.
Touch my briefs on this on Moonlight. Okay.
Touch your brief.
Yes, or just touch my briefs. Yeah, all right. No, I could be doing that beneath the frame here, you know. But no, I saw this movie November 8th, my birthday, and also the day that Donald Trump got elected.
Wow, your birthday was the day Donald Trump got elected?
Yes, that was an awful day.
I remember that. I tried to make you feel better, and I failed.
Yeah, well, anyway, Moonlight helped. What I did was during the night when it seemed like Trump was going to win no matter what, I was like, I'm depressed. I'm going to the theater. And so I went to go see Moonlight. It was just me and one other guy in the room. And I had my phone on. I rarely do this. I rarely have my phone on during the movie. And only in emergency circumstances. But in this case, I was like, I want to stay up to date. So I kept checking Twitter to see if maybe Hillary pulled it out or something. And it just all signs kept pointing to Trump, And I was like, oh, fuck this. But every time I would go back to Moonlight, and I was paying attention to it even when I quickly checked Twitter. But Moonlight was the movie that filled me with such grand hope and optimism during that during that horrible night that it became something very memorable for me that particular evening. And I'll always be thankful to Barry Jenkins for making Moonlight, and also to my local theater for making it available on that particular day. Mm-hmm. Moonlight, we already know the story. It's the tale told in 3 parts of a young boy's journey to becoming a young adult, and the trials and tribulations of being a low-income African-American male who's also a homosexual, possibly, but actually turns out is a homosexual in this movie. Like, we're not sure at first. He's not sure at first. Not a huge
will there, won't they? It's pretty obvious.
It's pretty obvious. I've heard that. What I mean is he doesn't know it until
it's a self-discovery.
It's a self-discovery movie. And it's just a movie of such grand, like I said, I like the word grand when it comes to this movie. Such grand emotion, such grand perspective, and such grand reflection on on life, on where you were at when you were younger and where you're at now. There's a lot of parallels that could be drawn from where Sharon, the main character in the movie, starts and from where he ends up. Ken doesn't particularly. I think, Ken, you have a nitpick about the ending, just like you did with Arrival. But with Arrival, it was a much more aggressive nitpick. This is more like, well, it didn't really end; it just stopped. I completely disagree with that notion. I feel like the movie did conclude appropriately. It didn't conclude maybe in the manner you would have liked or you're used to, maybe narratively, but it concluded in the arc sense, in the emotional sense, in a grander sense. I love that word, grand. It resolved itself for the most part. It wasn't necessarily like oh, are these two going to get together and live a happy life, or no. He was basically fitting in. He was basically like the whole movie was this one thread, and we reached the end of that thread.
Yeah,
and
he found
was able to,
some other person who understood him. And
right, he found
him.
peace and ultimately peace and comfort by the end, which is what he was ultimately looking for. And in many ways throughout the film, kept losing.
Uh-huh.
He lost it with his mom. His mom became a drug addict. He lost it with Maharasha Ali, who died. He lost it initially with the character that he ends up having a relationship with, sort of, in high school when he ends up becoming a bully to him. So, throughout his life, it's just this constant string of losing and disappointments and frustrations and done in heartbreakingly, miserable ways for this kid. This kid almost has no chance.
Right.
And he's able to kind of get out of that a little bit, even if he has to take a route that most people would disagree with. He's able to kind of, come out of that with some, strength. And it's a very satisfying movie to that end. Zach, I know you were commenting on this a little bit. Did you have anything else to add?
Honestly, yeah, I think you break it down pretty well. I mean, from a technical perspective, the cinematography is just gorgeous. The
Yes,
blues that it uses.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And Mahershala Ali gives a great performance for the little amount of time he's in this movie. It's a very
what a hell of a year he said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Luke Cage. Goodness, what else was he in?
He was the best thing about Free State of Jones, maybe. Which is maybe I think
he was in
bad.
Free State of Jones. He was great in Free State of Jones.
Kicks was a pretty good.
I wanted to see Kicks. I'm gonna have to check that on Amazon.
Give Kicks a watch. He's in Kicks in a parallel role, but a very different sort of way. It's actually interesting how that plays out.
The one thing I noticed about all of Mahershala Ali's performances is that he's always licking his lips.
Yeah.
I think that's a personal tick of his. I think that's just something he does.
I don't remember him ever doing that in House of Cards, though. It would have been really weird.
But he usually licks his lips.
Has little ticks about them. I mean, Denzel has the upper lip thing, and the walking, like the Denzel walk. Every movie has the Denzel walking. So every actor has their tick, is what I'm saying.
But the point is that Mahershala Ali brought something.
I feel like you pronounce the name completely different every time you've said it.
Mahershala.
I think it's
Mahershala. I can't believe I keep.
It's spelled Mahershala. I think it's Mahershala Ali.
Okay. Well,
we haven't really heard it said. Come Oscar night, don't worry. We'll hear it said.
Yeah, well, okay, whatever the case is, and I feel bad if I got it wrong. I probably did. He was a great factor in the film, as was Naomi Harris. Again, for the little bit of time she was there in it.
Janelle Monáe, too.
Yeah, she's
a real presence on screen. That's a singer that really didn't have much acting experience. And between that and Hidden Figures, she's got a spunk to her. I like her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say this movie she was spunky in, but she certainly had a
little bit of it.
Well, but it wasn't in the positive way for the kid. It wasn't like she was like, "I'm going to teach you a lesson about life." She was like, "Get the fuck out of here, kid!"
Yeah, exactly.
It was a charisma. It was
this thing was Hidden Figures. There's a little bit of that there too. I liked it.
Oh, okay, all right. So what I'm getting at is overall the movie was very superb. It was grand, like I keep saying, and resonated greatly. I know some people like to use the word universal. I think this movie is very specific, actually. While it can be, people can relate to it in different ways and everything, I think it's also just a very specific movie for not necessarily a specific group of people, like African Americans or homosexuals or people that lived in Miami or Georgia or anything like that. But it does speak specifically to people of specific situations, and what one person will get out of it, another person might not. They might get something completely different.
There's certainly universality to the themes of the film.
There's certainly universality to it, but I think that's almost undercutting some of the more important things, which are very specific to different people. So yeah, I loved it, and that's why it's my number 2. So I guess we're skipping Ken because Ken already he tied with Leon. So now we're going
to Zach. What is your number 2?
Very surprised this hasn't come up yet. Hell or High Water.
That's my number 1. So we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay, there it is.
What is your number 1?
Somebody else had it in there.
Oh, Ken.
My number 1?
Yes, we're at your number 1. We're almost done.
My number 1 was Swiss Army Man.
Okay, we can talk about Swiss Army Man.
So that does show your surprise. What we talked about it last.
Is that your number 1?
Oh my!
Watch this. I want to watch this so bad. I've had it spoiled for me, so feel free to spoil to your heart's content. I know about and here's the thing. Like the spoilers make me want to see it.
Billy, is that your number 1 as well?
No, it's my number 3.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Swiss Army Man, I'll keep it brief because, like I just told you guys in the chat, I've been awake for 48 hours. I've been sitting here for 5 fucking hours talking about fucking movies.
It's a bad.
Yeah, fuck
it's not
this.
a bad problem to have. But go ahead.
This is a movie about a corpse who washes up on a shore where a very lonely man-child is getting ready to kill himself because he's stranded. The corpse wakes up and he has to start learning about things about life, usually involving women and masturbation and relationships, from the castaway. And it's such a beautiful movie to me because the corpse has to learn about, what it is to be alive and what life really is, but they kind of teach each other that same thing, as cliche as that sounds.
Mm-hmm.
When I watched it a second time, I really was taken aback by how the movie it tackles everything from mental illness to gender roles, sexuality, social stigmas. Like, it takes all of these things in a really mature and kind of refreshing way.
Despite being kind of a comedy.
Despite being a comedy, like, it's really funny. It's also kind of sad and surprising. The soundtrack is amazing.
Yes.
Especially like another song that probably should have gotten an Academy Award nomination was Montage.
I would argue that's kind of part of the score of the film, which I would have taken a nomination in either category for that. So.
But it got a
Although
music video
the
attached to it.
Montage song does actually have lyrics.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
well, to be fair, most of the soundtrack is voices, and
Yeah.
so there's a little bit of lyricism in all of it.
so yeah, I'd lean more towards score, I guess. That being said, but yeah, I mean that's the weirdest thing is that my favorite movie of the year, which tackles all of these social issues that I think about a lot and have a lot of stake in, given who I know and who I am. But it's all wrapped up in a movie about Harry Potter playing a dead person that farts and has a penis that is a compass and other various abilities like shooting things out of his mouth to murder raccoons and karate chopping logs. So I'm really excited to see what the Daniels come up with next, because this movie really was fantastic. Like, I saw it with my friend and we were standing outside the theater talking about it before we each went our separate ways. We were talking about it for like over a half hour, just kind of like digesting it. I think you're going to love it, Bill Leon.
Mm-hmm.
Is he there?
I think he's getting his pizza.
He's getting his pizza probably. So yes. Now, Zach, I know you had some other thoughts on Swiss Army Man. I'm curious have you had time to digest it at all?
Oh, I've had months to digest it.
You didn't like the ending, right?
Yeah, I didn't really like the ending.
I have
Go ahead.
No, I want you to say what you wanted to say, and then I want to. You told me this privately, and I want to come back at you with what I came up with.
Kind of thought about it. Okay, interesting. Ken talked it out of my bottom 10. So maybe you can, I don't know if you'll talk into my top 10, but maybe a little more regard. I think the step in which it turns out that he basically probably is a serial stalker too far for me. And then I don't think they recover from it. And in the end, I think they just kind of gloss over it with one more fart joke, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So the whole movie is generally kind of like this very whimsical thing, even as in the midst of this, again, discussing these social things that I already mentioned. The third act in the last 20 minutes is about the realization that these are real things, and you can play around in the Force as much as you want, but these are things that everybody has to face at some point. And so the way that it kind of wakes you up to realize that, I thought was kind of cool. And yeah, it does kind of like end on a joke, but the serial stalker thing was kind of weird. But that's where the mental illness thing comes in, because then it introduces this new aspect that Paul Dano's character might just be fucking crazy.
Well, and here's the thing. I actually, this is the point I made to Zach, so let me interject here. Paul Dano's character starts off the film crazy, and he is a creepy stalker in reality. And now, of course, the reveal shows that he was all along. But I would argue that in teaching Manny to be human, he teaches himself how humans should be interacting with each other, and he essentially he goes through that process of recovering and realizing what he needs to do in order to finally get past that last hurdle, and that is to ultimately escape the routines that he had in his life, which, like, for instance, watching the girl on the bus and things like that, because it's not healthy for him to remain in that place. So even the fart joke of him getting on that last boat, or rather of Manny floating away and that sort of thing, it's basically Manny has done his job of teaching him how he gets to a chance to be a human once again.
Now, was that moment supposed to be in his mind, or because it seemed like the other characters were reacting?
The other characters react to it. What the fuck? But that's the thing. That's it's a humorous.
The puzzle pieces don't fit for me in that regard.
No, Manny is.
They should have just had him go into the water and make motorboat noises, dragging around a corpse no one can identify.
Manny is his angel. Manny saved him, and this is a movie that recognizes that angels of mercy do exist, and other people can see them.
And given the fact that this movie could entirely take place inside of Paul Dano's own crazy-ass mind, it would logically follow that after a rude awakening that he spent the whole movie very close to the girl he's trying to stalk, and she's horrified by him, that he finally he recalibrates the situation to people realizing that he was still right.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he retreats back into the insanity. I mean, that's where that logically goes.
If he didn't come out, I don't know. Like it's open ended in a way that
it's very open ended. There's twofold to
Manny very much saves his life.
He does.
First he saves him.
Does he, or does he go drown immediately at the end of the?
Okay, well, you interpret this
however you like. My body.
The point is, Swiss Army Man's a movie that really affected Hawken, and I
think it's interesting. I didn't hate the film. That turned me off hardcore when we got there.
Okay,
and I don't think it. But gosh, I had one more point to make on this one.
Why don't we go ahead and if it leaps into
fine.
Bill Leon, what is your number?
Did anybody else put The Greasy Strangler at number 1?
No, it was my number 5.
I symbolically had it. I had it at a type of number 1 on the last list.
I had it at a type of number 1.
Probably for the same reasons.
I will say that.
I put The Greasy Strangler at number 1, and I don't have any shame about it. I don't have any regrets about it. I feel very comfortable in making that decision because I don't know if I watched another film as many times as I did The Greasy Strangler in 2016.
I definitely watched it more than any other film in 2016. Yeah, I will agree with that.
Yeah.
I've seen it about 8 times now.
I've seen it so many times, and I just adore it.
I think I've seen it 6 times.
Also, I requested "Oh Canada," and I could not have been more wrong because I googled Jim Hosking. He's British. I thought he was from Canada. Did they film this in Canada? Like, why am I thinking
shot it in L.A.?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it is what it is. There's nobody Canadian in this.
No.
And I love The Greasy Strangler. I think it's fantastic. It's
so funny.
I love it. It's very funny. It's infinitely. Is there a more quotable film that you saw this year?
No, not at all.
No.
And I've never had to be more careful about recommending a movie to somebody.
Yeah.
I saw a movie called The Greasy Strangler, and they say, "What's that?" I said, "So let me finish." But it's about, and then it's I don't know. It's hard. It's a very hard film to describe, and I had to be really careful about who I say it to.
Totally.
I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, Mom, I just watched this movie called The Greasy Strangler, where this fat guy's dad greases himself up and strangles people till his eyes pop out, and he eats them, and he also
I can
fucks
probably
his
trick
girlfriend."
my mom into watching that. I don't know how she would feel about it, but
And I would love to see that reaction. The thing
If it was
is,
me and Dan, if it was me and my brother, we could probably make it happen.
Zach, if you do that, you have to film that. That has to be a reaction video because your mother has the best reactions to things like that.
Oh my god!
I'm still trying to get my roommates to watch it.
So here's how I would describe this film to people, which is Wes Anderson meets Trailer Park Boys by way of John Waters.
Very, very astute. I agree
I
wholeheartedly.
kind of say Napoleon Dynamite, but with a naked old dude that kills people and a lot of F-bombs.
With a Pulkio dick that flies in the wind.
Apparently, yeah.
Lots of prosthetic penis in this, which
And sound effects, just slapping sound effects. And the grapefruit. Oh, the grapefruit.
Sound effects.
Let's go disco dancing, Ronnie.
Take me disco dancing, good Ronnie.
I love this movie. I absolutely love this movie. This is number one.
Drinks.
This is
That was
number
one of my
one for
favorite.
me.
I watched this movie with a friend of mine the other day, and literally every 2 or 3 minutes, just looked at me and said, "Ken, what the fuck?"
I think the exact moment that this movie grabbed me was during the free drinks argument, and all of a sudden that one dude just started yelling in German.
Yeah.
Portos.
Porto.
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 It's
Porto.
we don't need to spend the next 10 minutes quoting the movie, but
Yeah.
You guys, we're just gushing over it, which is, again, I don't feel like I need to justify making this my number one. Like
Yeah.
this,
No,
I don't
not
think you
at all.
do either.
nobody needs to. Like it's a
I had to
it was-
this movie could have made my top 10. It was a tough call for me.
I tried to find a way to honor it in a way I feel it could be honored.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
I
why it was
kind of-
my bottom one.
And I salute you on that, Zach. There's something to be said for that. But all right, so we'll go ahead and move on then. For interest of time, Bill Arsenault, you're number one.
My number one of 2016 is Kate Plays Christine.
thank God. I thought you were going to say La
the
La
car
Land.
movie.
No,
Somebody is. Somebody is.
Stephen King movie.
I didn't hate La La Land. I actually really enjoyed La La Land, but
Yeah,
it just,
no, so did I. I'm just tired of everybody sucking this movie's dick.
yeah, I know.
We'll get there.
I get it. We'll definitely get there. Yeah, but no, Kate Plays Christine. This is the pseudo side documentary / narrative based around the life of Christine Chubbuck, the news reporter who shot herself on television in Florida. It stars Caitlin Scheel, independent movie actress, who is trying to learn as much about Chubbuck as she can in order to play her for a little movie that they're doing. And this movie, Kate Plays Christine, is about her process in trying to figure out this character, while it's also kind of a discovery of who Chubbuck was. And in a way, it's also kind of a analysis and a self-discovery of Caitlin Scheel. Through learning about Chubbuck, she kind of learned something about herself, and that something might be a little horrifying to her, but it's something true, And the movie plays around with these things, and it's very gripping and very intriguing in the questions that it raises. There's so many great scenes in this movie that are this movie, while it's technically a documentary, it's also it's a hybrid. It's a narrative, so they can play around with shots and capturing and conceiving moments in the movie, whereas a standard documentary couldn't do that necessarily. So there are moments where they go to Chubbuck's old house, and it's a very meditative scene. They're just walking throughout it very slowly. There's no dialogue, there's no voiceover. It's just the camera moving along with Kate as she's kind of trying to get a feel for the house and maybe the atmosphere, almost maybe trying to see if she could listen to the spirit of Christine in some way. That's kind of the vibe I got from that particular sequence. The movie ends on a really, really grim note of self-discovery, but also of finger pointing at the audience, where they actually reenact the moment where she shoots herself. But it's done in a way where it's like, should we capture this? I mean, is that even something that should be captured? Is that something that should be reenacted? And why are we reenacting it? And what does it mean to the actress that's reenacting it? And it's all captured on I'm guessing it's beta, maybe not VHS, but it's some kind of old analog video format. And which already, that aesthetic has already a horrific feel to it. Like, for example, Trash Humpers or something. Like you watch a movie like that, and it reminds you of like stalker footage or home video footage, or there's that quality to it,
Mm-hmm.
And that it just gives off an ickiness, and that's how the movie ends. And I had to applaud it for that. I was like, oh my God, it went to a really dark place. And not that darkness is necessarily what I look for in a movie, but what this movie was completely earned. Like it was all leading up to this, and that's how it capped itself off. So Kate plays Christine. I don't know if it's on Amazon yet. It probably is. I think it's on iTunes. It deserves to be watched. It's another film from great filmmaker Robert Greene. I believe he's shooting his next film right now. So I would track him down too if you can, and give it a watch. It's my number one.
All right.
Yeah, I've been trying to find. I don't know. The material is such a dark concept, and so I have to wrap my head around seeing it. But I definitely do want to track it down. So.
Yeah, if you don't, by the time we do our deal, I've got both Christine and Kate plays Christine, which is probably interesting. Double tap.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, so I guess it's time for my number one, which is Hell or High Water.
And nobody's surprised.
Yeah, right. I've made no secret of that. First of all, and I've mentioned many times, I'm a fan of Westerns, and this film is a modern-day Western in every sense of that word. And it's also a very, very well-paced and solid movie from beginning to end, as far as crime thrillers go, and as far as movies go in general. You've got, first of all, this movie. If this movie accomplished nothing, I finally have a reason to respect Chris Pine as an actor, because he holds his goddamn own against Ben Foster, and this is the first time I've seen Chris Pine in a movie where I've had a reason to respect. I mean, it's just his other performances just haven't given a chance to do much. He's always been kind of very bland in what he does, and powerful. Really, he holds his damn own against Ben Foster, who is in this movie a whirlwind. Jeff Bridges, of course, excellent performance as the gruff sheriff, a role that he, of course, I mean, there's no other actor alive right now who could play what he
What about Sam Shepard? Or not Sam Shepard, Sam Elliott.
Not quite in the same way.
Not quite in the same. Yeah, because here's the thing.
Am I thinking of the right guy? Sam Elliott, the guy with the mustache.
Sam Elliott,
the narrator of The Big Lebowski, as it were.
Sam Elliott, he could have done it, but Jeff Bridges brings a hippie-ish kind of aspect to it, where he's, it's more of a warrior poet kind of thing. He's been through the ringer, but he's, you get the sense that he is he's a man of the world in every shape of the term. The sense of humor to it. Sam Elliott.
Know what I mean? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more.
Sam Elliott is more matter of fact with regards to that. He could have done some humor, but I think, and he does humor pretty well when he has a chance. So it would have been interesting, but I'm not even gonna split hairs there. The direction from David Mackenzie is solid from beginning to end, and the themes throughout the film that permeate it about the mortgage crisis and how that severely impacted West Texas. It's a movie where you don't empathize with the robbers, but you don't empathize with their target either. It's only when people start dying that you start picking sides in your head. And when that happens, when they start leaving when bodies start being left behind, it becomes this feeling of it really reminded me of the classic run of 70s outlaw movies where you had characters that did some pretty horrible things, but they were the heroes of the movie in a way. And it's an anti-hero thing where almost pushed to the extreme, where you can't even call it an anti-hero. They're straight up doing wrong, and yet they are put into this position where they are the protagonists, and I find that way of developing those characters fascinating, and the fact that Chris Pine's character in particular recognizes that he's a bad man. He even tells his son, don't do what I do. Even though he has his son's best interests in his mind, things could have gone much more wrong, and it's a miracle that they didn't. And that's the subtlety with which the film handles its action sequences without having to go too over the top. The most over the top the film gets is like miles below where most action sequences will go, and it keeps it very real, very grounded in a believable reality. And the ending confrontation is one of the most powerful moments that I've seen in recent cinema. It certainly hints at a cycle of violence that's going to continue, and yes, it would be fascinating to see where it went, but you don't need to, because you have a good idea of the darkness is coming. This movie, in my opinion, is simply flawless. All right, so unless we have any other comments, that anyone
Did
wants
Zach
to
want to comment on Hell or High Water?
I mean, that was my number 2. I don't have much more to add except that Taylor Sheridan's really carving out one hell of a writing career.
He's great.
Directorial. Yeah, his directorial debut is coming this year. Jeremy Renner starring as a reservation hunter. So he's staying very much in that vein. If you like David Mackenzie, go watch Startup as well.
And for those who are fans of Sicario, and if you haven't heard this yet, there is in fact a Sicario sequel that's coming up
as well.
I did hear about that, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Taylor Sheridan-esque cinematic universe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll take more of it however they want to give it to me.
Absolutely. All right, so we've come to it. La La Land, I'm guessing, Zach?
It's La La Land.
All right.
You know what? I know this is an unpopular choice because it's such a popular choice, and I don't give a fuck. That movie was a pure joy.
I'm gonna say something, and Ken, you and I talked about this and how I wanted to word this. Okay. And you gave me a good way to word it, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm sick. I've been awake for 48 hours, and I'm tired and grumpy. So I'll say it. This movie was so well directed, it was distracting.
Okay.
No, there can be something to that.
It is a beautifully made film. The cinematography is astounding. But at every time like something really cool is happening, I was like, wow, this movie is really well made, and not I enjoy watching these characters do things.
How I put it to Hawk when he was talking about that, my own way of saying it is I respect this movie way more than I enjoy this movie.
And that's also a really great way to put it.
Interesting. I respect and enjoyed it thoroughly and entirely. I enjoyed the characters doing things. I enjoy the pairing of Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone in several films, and I think it was never taken advantage of to the full extent it was here. Yes, technically it's a Marvel. It might walk away with a record number of Oscars, whatever that means.
I mean, it's the most number of nominations a film has gotten since 1953. I want to say.
Well,
I thought it
tied Titanic.
Yeah.
I thought it was Titanic and Ben-Hur.
Mhm.
To win it would, so that's 14 to win it.
Titanic, Ben-Hur, and I believe Lord of the Rings: Return of the King.
Really? That's
Yeah.
And then it'd have to be Titanic and Ben-Hur. I think had the most wins with 11. It'd have to
Titanic,
take
Ben-Hur,
12 or 14.
and Titanic, Ben-Hur, and Lord of the Rings: Return of the King all have 11.
Huh. Well, I guess I
Wins.
received false information.
It was wins. Yeah, Lord of the Rings, the Return of the King didn't have as many nominations.
Oh, it didn't?
But yeah, that's right. It had that
It
amount.
still had 11 wins, though.
Yeah, I was looking. I
Yeah,
was speaking purely in terms of nominations.
And we'll get there with the Oscar conversation. But no, I sat there enraptured for that entire running time, and Ken knows because he was right there with me. I turned to him and I said, "That's it. It's over. The race is over."
Yeah,
and I mean, I don't really know what else to say. It, from a technical level, at every single aspect of the film was impressive. From an acting level, really worked for me. From a character level, and just this sort of iconic old romance, love letter to old school Hollywood, and love letter to old school musicals in particular. I'm not a musical fan. I mean, they already had to, overcome an innate bias for me to even get here, and it absolutely did. I have nothing bad to say about that film.
That was pretty good.
I mean,
I
hear the backlash, and I haven't really read any of it.
I think I should say that
it came in predictable waves.
This movie was my number 10 on my list until I saw Patterson, and Patterson leapt onto my list, and then kicked it off just barely. So,
yeah, I've made a mistake before. I had Argo at number 1 back in the day over The Act of Killing, which was just wrong. But I don't foresee that happening here at all.
Okay. Any final thoughts on it? Well, I guess we've run very late tonight, and so I think the best way to end this is let's all go disco dancing. And you know what?
Yeah, shut up, you bullshit artist.
Bye, everybody.
Fine, fucking